bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome to Happy Wednesday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, the show where we basically go in and talk about all things going on in celebrity news and pop culture. So if that's a show that you would be entertained by or interested in, please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We got some tea to spill today. We got it wasn't a lot going on besides the Luigi stuff, and we're gonna get into that, of course. But there was a lot of movie news that came out, so we got to give you all the latest on I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot. Evil Dead got a new sequel coming out in 2026. I think it's 2 movies actually. I have a Final Destination 6 update. Yesterday we talked a little bit about Chris Evans rejoining the MCU for Avengers Doomsday, and you know I had my little trepidations about it and stuff. Well, guess what? I wasn't the only one. So people was feeling a way about it too, and saying that it feels like the MCU is in a desperate bind right now, and they're trying to do what they got to do to save the franchise. So they now going back into nostalgia to try to bring the fans back into the MCU and get back into the good graces. So I'm glad I wasn't the only one that felt it. So we're going to talk about that and break that down. Plus, we got to talk about Sony and their Spider-Verse, because after Kraven, apparently the word on the street is they said they're done with the whole Spider-Verse. And thank you, Lord, because all your movies was terrible. So, and Kraven is not getting the best of reviews. The embargo was lifted, so people's reviews are starting to come out today. And the reviews, shockingly, it's me being sarcastic, by the way, are not good. It's like, well, duh, we all knew that. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we have our new Patrick Bateman. It was just announced today, actually, like maybe an hour before I've gone live. Who's going to be playing Patrick Bateman in the American Psycho remake that Luca Guadagnino is about to start shooting. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, speaking of people with Italian names, because you know we're gonna go from Luca to Luigi. Luigi Mangione's attorney is speaking out and saying that they are trying to link their client to the CEO's killing and saying he ain't do it and a whole bunch of other stuff. Plus, I have the actual manifesto, because yesterday the one I read apparently was not the real one, but I wasn't the only one that was booped and duped. So I actually wound up getting the real manifesto. We're gonna read it on the show. It was a lot shorter than the one I read. So we're going to that. Plus, we got to talk about Jay-Z. There's some stuff about Foxy Brown dropping cryptic posts. People talking about that she been paid off, so she ain't really going to spill the real tea about Jay-Z. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we have a former Disney star who's defending Blue Ivy because apparently there was some controversy over her dress on the red carpet. I didn't find a problem with it, but apparently a lot of people did. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Diddy's Accuser speaking out. Did an interview this morning, I believe, with CNN. I have the video, so we're going to play it. Plus, apparently, Jennifer Lopez is caught up in this Jay-Z essay scandal because there's a photo that was going around where it said that she was going at it, like arguing with Diddy the night of the alleged assaults. We're going to talk about that. Plus, in other Jennifer Lopez news, they saying that she out here hunching her damn staff to get over Ben Affleck. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, there's some tea on. Yesterday, we talked a bit about Liam Payne and the possibility that they were going to charge 2 of the hotel workers in his death. Well, apparently they've been charged, so that's the update. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, I got some Drag Race news because a former Drag Race winner has been confirmed as season 17's pit stop host. And there was a show, it's funny enough, because a friend of mine was having a conversation, I think yesterday, about Slaycation. He was like, what the hell happened to the show? When's it coming out? All this other stuff. Well, apparently some stories was done on it. I have a date. We're going to talk about it and a whole lot more. So anything else that breaks throughout the show, y'all already know what to do. Drop it in the comments, and I'll be chit-chatting about it on this here show. So now, without further ado, let me hit my banner. I see there's comments already. Robert is here. Hello. I wish I was eating dinner, but I'll be eating dinner, and I'll have to cook my dinner and all the other stuff after I do this show. But I got my little drinky drinks over here, so that'll keep me occupied while we do today's show. And you said, Oh, you talking about, wait, who needs a secretary? Somebody probably do. I mean, if you're talking about me, I could use an assistant. I have heard stories about Saw 11 might be getting canceled. I've been hearing all these stories. I'm gonna wait a little bit to hear like from like some actual confirmation, but I've heard it. I saw that I think Chris over at 3C was talking about it. I saw that Critical Overlord was talking about it. There's a lot of the usual pundits. I saw that Killjoy Jake was talking about it. But I'm gonna just wait and see because everybody, loves to spread a rumor. And not you showering, child. Need some help. Yes, I was flirting. Okay, and they said, I know some gays hate us less than over a homophobic gay that's MAGA. I'm like, at this point, we have to accept. Wait, who's homophobic? Are you talking about Luigi? I ain't hear no tea about him being homophobic. I do feel like I think people are trying to compare him with MAGA. I don't think he is a Trump supporting MAGA lunatic. Like, I don't see him as that. I think two things can be true at the same time. You could believe in some of the things that some of the Trumpers are believing in that I don't think is based on xenophobia, homophobia, transphobia, all those things. It's just that you want a better life for yourself. Unfortunately, you just on the wrong team because neither side give a damn. I don't think the Democrats care, and I don't think the Republicans care. And I've been saying for eons that it's going to take us to rise up to make the change. It has never been politicians. Politicians, the only time they want to jump on some stuff is if it benefits them in the long run to get themselves in office via the Senate, the House, as a mayor, a governor, any kind of political seat. If it's going to help them usher their way up in there, I'm sure there are some that are real genuine and care. But I do feel like, for the most part, that when it comes down to it, um, politicians are opportunists. Or I was going to say opportunistic, but they're both. I think they're opportunists and opportunistic. So um, there's that. So I don't know what people are talking about, that people are lusting over homophobic gay that's MAGA. I mean, if you're referring to Luigi, I don't think that he is homophobic. I don't think he's also, unless there's some, manifestos out there where he's talking about kill the gays or whatever. I mean, we have this new trans bill that they're trying to pass to keep prevent gender affirming care. I saw that story came out earlier. I reposted that on my Facebook. Speaking of Facebook, Meta, y'all need to get it together. What is going on over there? First of all, I'm not streaming live from my Facebook because I normally am able to do that on my regular account, like my Chris Avalon follow account, because I have like the regular one that a lot of y'all that I spend a lot of time on, and then I have the one that I do my media stuff on. And for some reason, there is a lot of drama that's going on over Facebook. First of all, I've been trying to post things on it. I can't post. I saw like because I'm streaming, I use StreamYard, which I'm about to cut y'all because y'all charge a hell of a lot of money for me to use y'all. Now I'm paying close to $100 just to use this, and before it wasn't even that expensive. So, um, what was it? Oh, so for some reason I got the alert that they said they're experiencing technical difficulties and they're trying to work it out. So I guess what I'm going to have to do is just post this later on my Facebook and stuff. But I am streaming from Twitch. And I am streaming from Instagram, which, of course, we have a Twitch watcher. Oh, wait, that's not Twitch. That's YouTube. I was like, oh, that's Twitch. I was like, no, it's not. It's YouTube. Hey, Jackson. How you doing? And so, yeah, there's that. But, yeah, we got a whole lot to get into. So let's get into the show. And our first topic is Jennifer Love Hewitt. Well, I can't be calling everybody Jennifer. She got to be Jennifer. Jennifer is only for those who are of Latin descent. So yeah, that's Jennifer Lopez. She gets the special one. But let's talk about Miss Jennifer Love Hewitt, who recently addressed where what's going on with her as Julie James. It's kind of like I want to shout out her iconic line from the original one. It's like, I want to say, bitch, what are you waiting on? It's like, why are you not in this damn movie yet? So, it was already been reported that there are shooting. Sarah Michelle Gellar apparently spoiled it. I don't think we were even supposed to know they were filming the movie. They're out in Australia right now. So Sarah Michelle Gellar was out there visiting her husband on Thanksgiving. She actually explained it when she was on Kelly and that husband of hers. sidebar, why is Kelly Ripa still on TV? Like, I don't get her. She's annoying. But and I used to like her when she was on All My Children. But after like Regis passed away, and then, you know, she went through all them damn male co-stars and stuff that she had up there, you know, Miss Brian Seacrest, who she kept trying to pull out the damn closet. And then she did that little messiness that she did over there with Michael Strahan. I ain't like that bony heifer ever since. So, I mean, but I wouldn't mind her husband sitting on my face though, because Marco Suelos can get it, okay? So, I don't particularly like Kelly, but she was on there the other day, and she explained that she was excited to be out there. She took the kids out for Thanksgiving to see their father, who is in the movie, the reboot, requel, whatever the hell you want to call it. And she took a picture because she's good friends with the director, and she posted on her social media. And apparently everybody was like, wait, so does this mean that Sarah Michelle Gellar is going to be back in the movie? First of all, her character died in the first one. And so she's like, because Kelly was like, "Oh, this is going to be like the soap operas. They're going to bring her back from the dead." She was like, "No, she's very dead." In so many words. So yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar is not coming back. However, her husband, her real life husband, Freddie Prinze Jr., his character Ray survived both movies, so now he is back. But everybody was wondering, okay, so now that they're shooting this movie, the hell is Jennifer Love Hewitt? What's going on with her? Because now she's promoting this new Christmas Hallmark movie. Because you know, a lot of them, when y'all careers drop a little bit, y'all go to the Hallmark channel, or you go to, you know, Lifetime. Like Vivica, who, sidebar, I was watching a movie with her the other day. That was one of them Lifetime Christmas movies. I'm like, the hell happened to her? I mean, and she looked like she be eating the whole damn cornfield. But now, getting back to Jennifer Love Hewitt. So she's promoting this movie, and she's been promoting it all around. I saw that she went on Screaming for Hudson, who, sidebar, I don't know how she got a damn talk show, because she's insufferable. But if y'all like it, I love it. So she went on because she's promoting this movie, and her real life husband is actually in it. Um, and so she was talking about what the status is of I Know What You Did Last Summer, because we're like, girl, you should be on the set shooting this movie. And I know she is on 911. Apparently, they said she's going to be going on break or whatever the case is, but the Hollywood Reporter had the tea. So let's talk about it. So where she really started spilling tea was when she went on this podcast called I've Never Said This Before, which is hosted by Tommy Daddario. Now, this is the clip that I saw. So she said that, and I said, while speaking with the host, she seemingly gave a hint about potentially reprising her role as Julie James for the upcoming sequel, which is directed by Jennifer Caden Robinson. She says, I am possibly preparing for that. This is what she confessed in a clip from the episode exclusively obtained by the Hollywood Reporter. Well, child, I was on my YouTube and I came across it. So I didn't even come across it from the Hollywood Reporter because I live on YouTube. It's funny how I pay for so many damn streaming services, but I watch YouTube more than so she said, I am so close to being able to say something that's exciting. Now, she later went into great detail about the idea of possibly returning to the franchise, which shot her to fame as a teen star after starring in the original 1997 film, saying it has only been scheduling and me trying to make sure that if I go back to the franchise, I just don't want to be the ghost of 90s past. I really want to do something, and I want to be there for Julie James fans. I just wanted to feel like, you know, if she comes back, then it means something. So she also noted that she was incredibly honored to still be considered for the role, even 27 years after the original film came out. Now, Hewitt portrayed Julie in I Know What You Did Last Summer alongside Sarah Michelle Gellar, Freddie Prinze Jr., where Sarah does say that that's actually where she met her husband. Then, you know, they went off and did Scooby-Doo and a whole bunch of other stuff. So it was, you know, Sarah, Freddie Prinze, and Ryan Phillippe. She also reprised the role in the 1998 sequel, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, which, you know, had Brandy was up in it, which she did kind of hint that Brandy might be making an appearance too. The way she was so much, she was like, "Have you heard the stories?" Because Tommy asked her, "Have you heard the stuff rumbling around about Brandy wanting to be back in the movie?" She said, "I've heard some things," and then she kind of gave this little look, like there might be something cooking with Brandy possibly returning. Now, in regards to this whole thing, in regards to Brandy, I really hope that y'all just don't shoehorn her in. Kind of like the same thing what we're saying about Jennifer Love Hewitt. Don't shoehorn her in. We'll just have her be like a bona fide cameo or something. I feel like we're kind of like in this nostalgia / requel phase, which is like you want to bring in the older generation and the older fans who would be my generation where we grew up on this, because it's kind of like, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Sarah Michelle Gellar, all of us, I'm in the same age range as them. So this was kind of like my horror genre era come up, where it's just like, for the nostalgia, I definitely want to see her come back. I'm definitely curious to see where he what Freddie Prinze Jr. is gonna, what his character entails, the way he's been 20 plus, 27 years after the original. Or we could say 26, because if we're talking about like this is after, excuse me, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, because they shot that like a year after the success of the first one, which we can go into and talk about like how that script felt rushed and messy and all over the damn place. But besides the messiness and the unevenness and the ridiculousness, Will Ben's son, like that stupid twist at the end, I was like, really? This is how y'all came up with it? And then the Brazil capital was Rio, and all. I was like, okay, now y'all getting ridiculous. But we ain't paying attention to that. We were just so excited to see a sequel. I was happy to see my girl Brandy being up in there and surviving. I didn't care how bad the script was. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. But looking back on it now, I was like, you know what? I just take it for what it was. It was entertaining, and it is what it is. But I would love to see Brandy come back. And like I said, if Brandy does come back, I would like to see her kind of like a podcaster or someone who's maybe a reporter, a cop, something like that. Like they could make her a part of like give her like this, you know, investigator type of person. I don't know. They'll figure out what they need to do with her. But I just hope that it just means something. And then, when the era of icons, horror movie icons coming in, and you have like, for example, when they try to do with that Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie where they try to bring the original chick back, but she passed away, so they had to recast the role. The original chick from that survived, Leatherface, when they try to rebring that character, I hated the way that they brought her in. They wasted her. So, but taking more of the Jamie Lee Curtis approach, the Sidney Prescott approach, and where they want to do that with, you bring in the legend, the iconic character, or the legacy character, I guess is what the word we would use, legacy character, and then you have these new people come in. And so if you can't get Jennifer Love Hewitt to come back, and I was reading something, I was like, you know what, I kind of agree with them. I think it was on a Screen Rant, and they said that, you know what, if you can't get Jennifer Love Hewitt and work around her schedule, then maybe y'all can kind of take more of a approach where it's like, Ray and Julie are estranged, or they're divorced, and she's kind of off living somewhere else. And then if there's a possibility of the sequel coming around, then you could bring her in for that. But I just hope that they find something to do with her character versus having her just up in there for the sake of nostalgia. Because I don't like when y'all do that. I don't want y'all to be, oh look, it's Jennifer Love Hewitt, yay, and she just walking by to go get something, and she's just coming to sit down in a cafe somewhere drinking some coffee, and then that's it. So, what else? Oh, so yeah, that's so when they were saying like, the Daria also asked Hewitt if there were any talks of Brandy Norwood, and acclaimed the singer and actress who joined the cast in the 1998 sequel will be returning as well. She said, "I've heard that. Yes, I have." And then she responded before joking that she had to go back and rewatch the movies to remember who actually died. And she said, "My first thought was we have to have Jack Black," and then I was like, no, he died. Black, was in I Still Know What You Did Last Summer with them horrible ass locks that he had in his hair. And then he was like the pothead. And then that's when he got gutted by the hook killer, where it was like in the hand while he was sitting there smoking his weed. So, yeah, he got stabbed through the chest with a gardening tool. So, yeah, he ain't coming back. And then she also addressed that there were people that were running around saying that she and Geller had an on-set feud during the filming of the movie. And I'm like, I never heard that. Who came up with that mess? And we didn't believe that. She was like, I was 18. They were not taking script notes from me. A lot of us were in that experience together, figuring all out and everything. I root for her and Freddie. I think it's the cutest thing in the world. They've been married for 100 years and have kids. It's like adorable. So it's just really, it's been really funny to see all that stuff. And here's the thing. I love, 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 love Freddie Prinze Jr. and Sarah Michelle Gellar's love. I just love that they're just like this cute little couple, and they have their kids, and they're living their best life and doing all these other things. And I will always stand for Sarah Michelle Gellar. She could do no wrong in my eyes, because she is an icon. She is the moment, and she will always be my favorite Buffy. We only had two. And then the first one, Christy Swanson, became like this radicalized, crazy ass Trump supporter. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. Um, But in regards to the whole situation, I'm excited to see if she's going to come back. Hopefully, they'll work it out. I have a strong feeling that we will see Sarah Michelle Gellar reprise her role as Julie James. Now, I don't know if they're going to be filming this completely in Australia, but I understand why they're shooting it over there. It's summertime in Australia right now versus the US where it's cold and wintry, and you don't want to shoot this movie in America in the fall / winter is coming. Not Game of Thrones winter, but winter is coming. And this is the best time, like, okay, we could shoot over there. First of all, I'm sure like Australia is a lot cheaper. And yeah, like I said before, it's summertime. And you can make it look like a small town, whatever type of area that they living in. So they can get away with however they're shooting the film. But I really hope that we get to see Jennifer Love Hewitt because she did change up her hair and she was asked based off the short hair that she had, is this a new look? She said, I get bored with my hair, but it's probably a look that she's going with in regards of for the movie. But hopefully, like I said before, they are beefing up her part and giving her some more to do. Because to be honest, in comparison to like Scream and all those other things, while we do love I Know What You Did Last Summer, I don't feel like I Know What You Did Last Summer is like up there in regards of like, oh my God, this is the most awesome. I was gonna say awesomest because I feel like just creating words today. The most awesomest slasher movie franchise. It has its flaws. It's not as flawless as the original Scream. There are parts of like when you watch the first one, it does drag a bit. Julie was annoying. I was kind of upset because I felt like Sarah Michelle Gellar was kind of eating up her part. Her part was way more interesting than Julie's part, in my opinion, in the original I Know What You Did Last Summer. So I was kind of annoyed that it was like y'all made Julie the final girl, but I really felt like Helen's character was way more interesting as a final girl. And so, but Jim Gillespie shot that movie, and you already know, like, well, maybe y'all don't know, but I do remember that Freddie Prinze Jr. had said that he didn't have the best time with him as a filmmaker on the set because he didn't want him in the movie, and so made his life a living hell on set. So he told that story. So hopefully, you know what, things are smooth sailing. But since the director of this movie is a friend of Sarah Michelle Gellar, I'm sure that Freddie did not have any issues on set shooting this movie. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to do with this film. I really hope that we finally get a worthy I Know What You Did Last Summer that's fully solid across the board, that's way more entertaining, and doesn't have any crazy flaws, because I know movies aren't perfect, but I just hope that it's just a flawless and worthy requel to the previous two movies. So I say this, what do you think of this story? Are you hoping and praying, or do you actually believe? Do you believe that Jennifer Love Hewitt is going to be returning as Julie James in I Know What You Did Last Summer prequel? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Robert said the irony is both sides of the political spectrum actually applaud Luigi, so it's a class issue. Well, there's some people who just been getting obliterated on social media. I saw that oh my God, who's that? I was like, who's that annoying queen with the high voice? Ben Shapiro getting dragged by both sides of the audience over his comments about it. There have been some people on social media who have been kind of going in on this whole situation. There have been mainstream media who's been irritating the hell out of me, and I'm gonna get into it, that have been trying to distract from the real, talk about every other reason as to why, trying to basically obliterate the character, assassinate. Well, I guess we'll use the word since he assassinated the CEO person who've been trying to assassinate the character of Luigi by saying, oh, it was the video games and he played a killer in a video game and he's been doing something. It's like, what the hell does that have to do with the fact that the healthcare industry in America is a damn joke, and how they literally out here deny people healthcare or helping out with the insurance based off of conditions that they need support on, especially when I'm paying money out of my pocket and it's coming out of my taxes to go towards these things. So God forbid anything happens, like I'm buying into this medical insurance. So why isn't the insurance able to cover what the doctor says I need help on? They're like, oh no, we can't cover it. Why the fuck not? Like, you're taking money out of my pocket. So why isn't it covering what needs to be covered? So this is why a lot of people are leaving mainstream media, because you're a joke. It's like y'all don't want to really have a conversation because the corporations and stuff own you. And you don't want to say what everybody else is thinking. This is why people come to independent media, because we'll say the things that they won't. My Carly calendar is being delivered. I'm looking forward to Kylie's concert when it comes out in April. And he said, excuse me, Mike from The Humanist said, it's weird politicians is okay with Israel, but not okay with us making, because they're financially benefiting from the death of brown folk over in Palestine. That's why. And if anybody knows about colonization, it's white people in America. How do you think they got the United States? It wasn't from coming over here and breaking bread with the Native Americans. It was from the slaughter of them. Well, they broke bread first, and then they did the slaughter. History. I know they try to ban it in America, but I remember it, especially me being an indigenous person. He said, why are they so surprised another white person snapped? They shouldn't be surprised another white person snapped. I'm tired of people saying, well, if it was somebody of darker skin, if they weren't attractive, we'd be having a different conversation. I'm like, no shit, Sherlock, we know this. But can we just look beyond that and realize that the main reason why people are pissed is because we can all relate to the fact that we've all been screwed over in one way or another by insurance companies and the medical industry. And that's why I said, I hope they take this to trial, because good luck trying to find somebody on the jury that could relate to the other side of being like, oh, murder is wrong, which we know. But for trying to find one person on that 12-person jury that has not been infected by the medical industry or have had to go into bankruptcy or whatever because of these CEOs robbing people blind, or robbing people to the point that a lot of people can't even afford to go and get sick or get an injury, because if you do, and then why do you think the suicide rate be up too? Because it's like, well, I'm so caught up, I'm so down the barrel, looking down the barrel, or I'm circling the drain of bankruptcy, that it's like the only way I know out to get out of this is to just unalive myself. And yes, these things have happened. People have taken their own lives because they see no way out of the bankruptcy that they're in. And it's unfortunate, but do you think they give a damn? But they want us to give a damn about some billionaire CEO. Those morons over there at The View and all these other mainstream places. It's like, really? This is the conversation y'all having? Y'all wonder why y'all ratings be dropping. Because y'all don't want to have a real conversation about what people are dealing with. And and if y'all keep this up, this is how the Democratic Party is going to continue to lose. And this is why a lot of y'all ratings are going to keep going into the toilet, MSNBC and CNN and the rest of you. And Fox is going to continue to flourish. But I'm sure their ratings are going to drop sooner or later, too. Hey, hi, hello. Hello. They said the alleged RuPaul's Drag Race UK versus the World 3 cast list is out and expected to be filming as we speak. Wait, what's that list? Send it to me so that way we could bring that up as a class on the show. Because, we got some other stuff coming out. It'd be interesting. We can go over that at the class. What is that on the Twitter? But anyway, until then, let's get into our next topic and talk, because I told you we got a lot of movie news today. Let's talk about Evil Dead. So, the last movie that we had that came out was Evil Dead Rise. I actually was entertained by it. I liked it, but wasn't as good as the original one with with the original. Well, first of all, I love Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2. Army of Darkness, I haven't seen that one in so long, so I don't remember it. I did like the reboot that they made, or the remake. That one was pretty good. And Evil Dead Rise, I was entertained, but was I like, oh my God, this is like one of my favorites. I just thought it was good, but I wanted them to get a little grittier. I wanted them to truly capture the essence of the original ones that Sam Raimi created. I'm not saying you got to Xerox copy it and make it the same thing, but I don't feel like it captured the essence of it. But we have a new one coming out, and now I'm pretty excited for this one because of who's directing it. So the movie's going to be directed by Sébastien Vaniček. Now, if y'all are not familiar who Sébastien Vaniček is, he has a little movie out that I saw. I think it came out this year, and I need to add that as one of my favorite horror movies of 2024. He came out with a movie called Infested, which is about this spider outbreak that broke out in this apartment complex in France. That was a really good movie. If you have not seen it, it's on Shudder. If you have Shudder, definitely check it out. I was thoroughly entertained by this movie. I was like, okay, this is a good one. So now, and I could see why they would pick this guy because it was kind of like Evil Dead Rise with spiders. So I'm like, okay, now I can see why they picked this guy. And I'm like, he really knows how to. And first of all, get a shout out to the French because the French, I will say this, definitely are doing an excellent and impeccable job. I'm trying to be all TI today with the expeditious and the big words. So I thought that Sebastian did an impeccable job, especially, or even the French in general. They're really good at filming horror or bringing horror into movies, and that sort of thing. So I watch a lot of them. They do like usually when it comes to like Americans and horror and stuff. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like it gives me whatever. But I get really squeamish whenever I watch horror films. Like Martyrs, I don't know if you ever seen that movie. That movie freaks me out. Like I could not finish that film because of the violence that was in that movie. Also, High Tension is another one by Alexandra Aja. That's another favorite horror movie from France that I actually like. So the French, shout out to y'all because y'all definitely do it well in regards of the violence, sex too. But we ain't here to talk about y'all and y'all well endowedness. We're here to talk about Evil Dead. So the movie is actually being called Evil Dead Burn, and he teased a photo caption, which I was trying to pull up over earlier on Instagram, but like I said, Meta has been working my root canal nerve lately. So I want to see if I could try it again. Over there. Well, it looks like Instagram is back because earlier, I don't know, something was going on with Facebook and I could not get on there. So there was a lot of stuff that was going on. Oh, so I do have a picture. And this is the Instagram post. So yeah, this is actually the script because it was like, yeah, now Instagram is working. I could use it. Because I don't know, for some reason earlier, social media has been acting a fool, especially, well, anything Meta. But anyway, so it says, shout out to Bloody Disgusting for this story. Now, taking to Instagram this afternoon, Vaniček has announced that his Evil Dead movie is officially titled Evil Dead Burn. And he teases in the photo caption that it will be unleashed in 2026. Now, based on The Evil Dead by Sam Raimi, Evil Dead Burn is being directed by Sébastien Vaniček, who co-wrote the screenplay with Florent Bernard. Now, it also says that French filmmaker Vaniček is fresh off his feature debut Infested, which was called Vermins in, the other name for it is called Vermins, but the American release, it's Infested, which very much feels like Evil Dead Rise with spiders. Now, didn't I say that? It's funny. This is the first time literally as I'm going through this that I'm reading this article, but I was like, I could definitely see why they hired him because it was basically Evil Dead Rise with spiders. Now, they said it's no secret that he landed the gig, to say the least. Now, he says, I told the studio that I wanted to make a nasty film, a film that hurts, from which you can come away tested. This is what Vaniček told Cone Beanie, speaking about his Evil Dead project. I'm going to put all the horror I have inside. It will be cathartic. And if I haven't ruined my career and I can continue to make films behind it, I will move on to something other than horror. Now, Ghost House Pictures also recently hired Francis Galuppi from The Last Stop in Yuma County to write and direct yet another brand new Evil Dead franchise, which does not yet have a title. Deadline noted the project is described as an original story that Galuppi developed and brought to Raimi and team. No word on the plot or who will be producing, as its early days in regards to the development of his version of Evil Dead. So the new course of the Evil Dead franchise is for Sam Raimi to hand select hot up-and-coming filmmakers to put out their own spin on the Deadites, which has been working exceedingly well for the Bloody Saga. Fede Alvarez directed his own take on the classic film in 2013, which paved the way for Lee Cronin's Evil Dead Rise last year, 10 years after the remake came out. Now, I will say this. I do like the fact that, if we can't get the original people to come back and do Evil Dead, if Sam Raimi doesn't want to come back and direct another one, and that sort of thing, that's great. I love the idea that he is hand selecting people who are inspired by Evil Dead, who love Evil Dead, who have ideas to be like, you know what? I like the idea that you're having now. Go write the script, see if you can execute it. If it's great, then go ahead and do what you need to do. So I like this idea that everybody's coming with their own interpretation. And I love the idea that, you know what? Fede Alvarez, who has become one of my favorite directors on the rise, like he's been somebody who's been great at taking old IPs and breathing new life into it. For example, like they said, with Evil Dead, his version of Evil Dead. which like I said earlier, I absolutely loved. Another film that he did that came out this year that is one of my all-time favorites, how he rejudged and revitalized the Alien franchise. Alien Romulus, in my opinion, is the worthiest of sequels to Aliens. So, in my opinion, them other Alien movies do not exist. It's Alien, Aliens, and now Alien Romulus. Those are the only three that I acknowledge. All them other ones, y'all could burn them at the stake or ship them and leave them out in space where they belong. So I don't even acknowledge them other movies. And so I like where Fede Alvarez is going, where he has breathed new life in old IPs. Maybe somebody to get him to do a Terminator movie because that could use a rejudging too, and get everybody interested in doing it. Because apparently y'all try so many damn times to revolve Terminator, and it has just been a no bueno for me. I mean, I didn't mind the last one that they did, where I think James Cameron did come in and kind of put a little sprinkleization on it. But when y'all went and killed off John Connor in the beginning and had Arnold Schwarzenegger, well, there was a guy where they just basically put his face on a bodybuilder and had him do the killing, just like they did with John Connor. You had literally Edward Furlong come in and they did a whole graft of his face and put it on this other child actor, and y'all killed him off in the beginning and then try to bring in this little Mexican girl, which no shade to the Mexicans, shout out to y'all, but y'all try to bring in this new girl to be the new John Connor. I was like, no, we're not doing that. But I did like the half human, half robot situation that y'all was doing. That was cool. There were parts of the movie that I did like, and I actually liked oh my god, I forgot the actor's name. I think it's Gabriel Luna, who is on The Last of Us. He was in a bit of a Last of Us season 1. He is in The Last of Us season 2. I believe he plays the brother of Pedro Pascal's character, Joel. So I like the idea of him. He was good as a Terminator, but I just felt like that movie was just all over the place. And it was a little expensive. And I did like the fact that y'all brought in my girl, Lindsay Hamilton, because she was, speaking of which, when we was talking about earlier, when you bring in legacy characters and you bridge up this whole situation, she was good in it too. Although it did feel like she was just there for the chat in certain parts. So, still the same, because I know I just went on a little tangent. I am excited for this new Evil Dead. I want to see if there was so that's the director. Oh, he's cute. How you doing? Let me stop being a hoe and get back to actually doing the thing. So yeah, so basically, I'm excited to see this film. Like I said, Sébastien Vaniček. I liked Infested. If you have not seen that movie, definitely check it out on I almost said Netflix, Shudder. Which is the only horror movie streamer that has some real quality stuff on there. I tried getting the screen box, but y'all got a lot of trash on there than actual good movies. And I'm sorry, no shade, but the only thing that can't, Terrifier can't be the only thing that keeps y'all afloat over there. So I was going to say, what do you think of this story? Did you in regards to any of the Evil Dead movies? What was your favorite post the ones that Sam Raimi did, like Evil Dead 2, and then the damn Army of Darkness, almost forgot the damn name of that one, and all that other stuff. So whatever your thoughts are regarding Evil Dead and this director coming in to put his spin on it, let me know what you guys think of this in the comments down below. Now, speaking of comments, I was like, yeah, let me close up some of these windows of the previous story, and see what the people is saying. Bruce Campbell, you know what? I was literally could not remember his name. That's why I should have had the comments open. I remember I heard Bruce Campbell isn't really interested in the franchise after what started it. I did hear that too, that he was burned by that. And let me tell you something. I loved Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I thought it was a really good show. Stars was a piece of shit. Which is why I don't really subscribe to them. Although I am fuck, because I believe they finished filming P-Valley. So I do need to watch P-Valley season 3. I actually got to meet one of the script writers for the show, because when I used to work in the hospital and I was doing COVID tests, he actually came in and we had a little chat, and I was having a conversation with him in regards of the scene when Uncle Clifford Hunch, the rapper, where he, and in that whole conversation, we had a big conversation. I was like, oh, that was like one of my favorite episodes. He was like, I wrote that. I was like, oh, really? So I was picking his brain about it and all this other stuff. But anyway, so that's the only reason why I would want to watch Stars. But I'm gonna find a way to get around to it and watch that show. Maybe I'll just get Stars for that time and then I'll cancel it. But yeah, he was hurt by it. But I'm like, as long as he comes on as a producer, which I believe that he has come on to the other Evil Deads as a producer, he can get a behind the scenes coin from that. And I'd rather do that than come aboard and be a part of the franchise. And I do like the fact, I know the fans want to see Ash come back and stuff, but the reality is I'd rather just be a producer instead of dealing with the BS and the politics of the studio. And there comes a point in time where it's like we got to move on from the veterans that were part of it and usher in new talent and to keep the franchise going. So if there's a next generation of Ashes or whatever, male or female or whatever, or non-binary, because they did have a trans actor as one of the kids in Evil Dead Rise. I don't know if people knew that, but yeah, the one that was the DJ is actually a trans mask actor. So, um, so I did like the idea of, I like where they've been going with on all this other stuff with Evil Dead. But it's like I said, as long as he comes on as that, then I'm cool with it. But I'm open enough to be like, if you have an interesting story to tell that can play in the Evil Dead universe, and I'm kind of like where they've gone with this so far, then I'm there to see it. I love the practical effects and all the blood and the monsters and all that, and all the other things that we love, how wacky and kooky and crazy and just over the top, but bloody and gory that the Evil Dead franchise has been. So I like that they capture that essence, but I need them to get back to capturing the Sam Raimi essence. And the only one I feel like that has come close to that so far has been Fede Alvarez. Oh, excuse me. So you said my top two was Terrifier 3 and Smile 2. I would have gone to the movies to see these, but I hate going by myself. Oh, you don't go to the movies by yourself? Funny enough, I went to see Terrifier 3 by myself. Actually, like I said, I ran into an old coworker of mine that was there in the same theater. So I actually like going to the movies by myself. Um, One of my friends who is moving back to New York this week from LA, he was like, he when we spoke on the phone the other day, he was like, we going to the movies to see Captain America, right? I was like, yeah, we can go to the movies and see it. So it depends on the situation. Like, depending on the movie, I'll go with some people. But honestly, I'd rather go by myself because it's like I could be in and out. I don't have to wait on nobody. I don't know. I guess I'm in that whole situation where I just don't mind going and doing things by myself. I can even eat out by myself. Some people feel embarrassed or ashamed if they go out to eat at restaurants, but I don't give a damn. I like my company. I think it's just the Virgo in us. Like we could be our own best friend when it comes to stuff. Even if we got friends that be like, "Well, you didn't ask me to go out," because I'd be so in here that I don't be thinking about other people. We're too much in our own heads about stuff. He said, "Meta is in my eyes trying to appeal to MAGA." Don't even get me started. It's like liberals can't have a social media for us. That's why it was funny because when lately when it's been coming out, I forget what the conversation was, but when people were talking about Facebook, well, I think it might have been this Luigi stuff, but they're talking about Facebook and all this other stuff. Like, yeah, Facebook is leaning more. There's like it's like Trump supporters for older people. That has been I was like, really? Because a lot of the people I associate with are so anti that I don't get a lot of those. So maybe I've been in the bubble, but think of that way because it's like I haven't really been dealing with. I don't get a lot of those, and it could be also because I have so many followers and so many friends in the list. I have a lot of followers, and especially on Facebook, that I don't get a lot of that negative stuff. So it could be that. Oh, you said can't find a tweet or Reddit post with the alleged cast, but near Mangle made a video about. Oh, okay. What is that on YouTube? Well, you know what? If something does spill about it, then if it does end up like a rumored situation, or maybe I can go on. Oh, I was gonna say, maybe I should go on Reddit, but you literally just said there's no Reddit post. They had to kill Edward Furlong because of his intense weight gain. Oh yeah, because he was a big girl. But look, if people would have known about Manjaro and What's the other one? Ozempic. Although I would not recommend Ozempic, you know, Fat Joe told me that's the best thing he's ever used. But allegedly, it's what ruined Sharon Osbourne because she out here looking like that parasite that's in Brandy Glanville face. Did y'all see her face? It literally looked like something's eating her face alive. She talking about some Mexican parasite. I'm like, bitch, what was you doing? And see, this is what happens when y'all be running around here trying to do all these new highfalutin situations with the surgery to look like the back of a baboon's ass, and y'all be thinking that's Hollywood beauty, where your lips is bigger than too big for your damn face. And sidebar, I want to give a shout out to whoever Donatella's Versace's surgeon is. Money well spent, because she looking good now. Before she was literally used to look like the Crypt Keeper. She looked like she could be sisters with Kellyanne Conway. But money well spent, niece. But yeah, it was like you can't lose 300 pounds by 5 months. I mean, here's the thing. If they actually would have hired us a personal trainer to get him in shape, and the studio would have put it on the bill because the movie's already damn expensive. They created this whole freaking set for that plane sequence that you see in the movie. If they would have if they would have hired a personal trainer like they do with all these other damn actors, he probably would have lost the weight. He could have used a little bit, but I think if people would have been aware of because the Ozempic Manjaro craze, it felt like it just started this year. So if he was aware of that, they could have put him on that. He could have lost the weight to shoot himself up in the stomach. Oh wait, but then again, you know, he had an issue with needles, shooting himself up with needles. So I don't know if that would have been a good idea. Because remember, once upon a time, he was a heroin addict. So I don't know if that would have been a good idea. But it's been a good kind of shooting up. So to dissolve the weight. But it's like, yeah, you could probably put yourself in a shot. But look, all these other people that be out here losing all this weight and getting in shape, that would have been good on this part to see Edward Furlong like lose the weight. So I guess they had to kill him up. But I don't know. That's crazy though. And it's messed up. But look, we'll see if they can find a way to revitalize the franchise. But anyway, so now let's get into our other horror movie news topic. So we have an update on Final Destination 6. So I've been hearing stories and stuff about Final Destination 6 and all this other stuff that's been coming out regarding that. That Tony Todd had shot some scenes for the new movie. May he rest in peace. I don't know how big his role is, whatever the case is. But yeah, now I'm hearing like the name of the franchise is called Final Destination Bloodlines. I don't know what that means, if it has any kind of relation to past cast members, and it's like this new generation that's coming. It has some sort of relatability to the people that may have been killed off in the previous 5 movies. So I'm not really aware of what the plot is, because every time I turn around, I be hearing from other pundits or reading up on articles, the story has changed in regards to what the plot is about. But Screen Rant had this story where they said that the popular horror franchise has been dormant since the release of 2011's Final Destination 5, which I thought was all right. You know, for me personally, I will always love the first one. And I kind of like that twist where there was one that literally it was a prequel to the original movie. I did like that twist. I can't remember which one that was. I don't know if that was Final Destination 5 or Part 4. But what it was like, they were on the plane, and then they were actually the other cast members that were on the plane when Devin Sawa and all them was taken off. So that was like the twist that I was like, okay, that was a cool twist. So literally we sitting here watching a prequel to the original movie. But I will always love the first one. The second one, absolutely love it, because I felt like they captured the groundedness of the original, but they upped the ante in regards to the action. Because you always know, especially if you watch Scream 2, where Randy goes, more blood, more gore, carnage candy. So we love that carnage candy in the sequels. You always got to up the ante from the original movie, where it was like you have a certain budget, you can only get away with certain kills, but then when the movie makes a shit ton of money, now you can go and add more blood, more gore, more this, more that, which we pretty much saw in one of my favorite movies of 2024. Terrifier 3. So when it came to that, I love that movie. I even love the third one. I think the third one was what? With the roller coaster? Child. Now, I still love the roller coasters, but I feel like in Final Destination also, it's the one franchise that is like, okay, nope, I ain't doing that. Nope, I'm not doing that. Like, y'all always be having me paranoid about stuff. Like, literally, if I'm in a car, we are not getting behind anything that got logs on a truck. So I'd be like, Swervation, move around that. Like I'm not driving or getting behind nothing where it got a truck and some logs attached, because that second movie with that scene freaked me the hell out. So when it comes down to highways and stuff, it's like, you know what? I feel like Final Destination might be the only franchise that has literally freaked a lot of us out about certain things. Like it feels like that, the Invisible Grim Reaper is going to take us out in the craziest of ways. And I've always loved like the clever ways that they've come up with kills and stuff, where it's just like you can't even kill the thing that is literally trying to take you out. So that's always freaked me out about Final Destination. I enjoy it, but it freaks me out with that because you can't take out the killer in that. Kind of like the Smile Demon in the Smile franchise. So literally it says, but director Zach Lipovsky and Adam B. Stein are now set to bring a sixth installment to life. Final Destination Bloodline story information has been hard to come by, like I said earlier, but franchise veteran Tony Todd, who just recently passed away on November 6, 2024, and I think just celebrated a birthday, so happy birthday to him, is expected to return as William Bloodworth. The other cast members include Max Lloyd-Jones, Teo Briones, her name sounds familiar, Richard Harmon, Breck Basinger, any relation to Kim, and April Tilek, among others. Now, Warner Brothers now reveals the Final Destination Bloodlines will hit theaters on May 16th, 2025. The announcement confirms the film will be available to watch in the IMAX format, but it unfortunately doesn't include any plot details. Interestingly, Todd's name isn't on the cast list provided, raising questions about his involvement in the film. So, because I did remember hearing that it was something about like the plot. I heard something on about that it was about some medical team or whatever the case was, and something happens to them, like first responders or something about that. But I don't even know if that's a story anymore. So yeah, I'm pretty much confused. I have no idea what the plot is regarding this, but I'm hoping that we get to see Tony Todd in it, because there are conflicting reports that there are scenes where he did film, and now they're saying that he's not even in the a part of the cast. Like he hasn't been on the cast list. So it says, but I am curious and excited to hear that this is going to be an IMAX. So I definitely want to see this on an IMAX screen, because it's like, those kills, you want to see that on the biggest screen possible. So they said the theater experience has been a crucial, or theatrical experience, has been a crucial part of all previous Final Destination movies, and the latest announcement confirms that this experience will continue with the upcoming installment. Final Destination 5 was also released in IMAX, marking the first franchise installment to play in this format. With IMAX's largest screen and bigger sound, Bloodlines clearly aims to be a horror flick with a large scope and scale. Now, a handful of big releases are also planned for May, but none will serve as big competition for Bloodlines. They have a live-action version of Lilo and Stitch, what I could give a damn about, because I'm not, I'm grown and I ain't got no damn kids. So I don't care. Y'all can watch that. But that's supposed to come out on May 23rd. And then they also have, which I am excited to see, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, which comes out on May 23rd. So basically, we got 7 days, kind of like The Ring. We got 7 days to watch this damn movie before it self-destructs. And then they move in Mission Impossible, which I will go see on a IMAX screen. And I know Tom Cruise was tight over the fact that when Dead Reckoning Part 1 came out, how they only had a limited amount of, I think, time for it to be on IMAX before the whole blow up of Barbenheimer, which pretty much took them out. They decided to put that movie up against Barbenheimer, which in my opinion was a big mistake, because Barbie was huge and so was Oppenheimer. They both grossed about $1 billion. I think over $1 billion actually. So, but then Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 hurt because it wasn't, no shade, it wasn't a good script. It wasn't as strong as the previous films that Tom Cruise had done with Christopher McQuarrie. And number two is like, outside of the action sequences, the plot was pretty much all over the place. So it wasn't like the strongest of films. So I can see why a lot of, it got lost in the shuffle. But from what I'm hearing is that The Final Reckoning has fixed, it kicked out, it got out of a lot of the kinks. So I'm actually looking forward to that. So yeah, it's got 7 days, like I said, similar to The Ring, to do what needs to be done. Okay, so now this picture is acting a fool. Let's do that again. Now the picture is working. So what else? Oh, so now it says, the last movie came out 13 years ago. That's crazy. And you know what? The great thing I will have to say about Final Destination, yeah, this escalator scene was crazy too in the shopping mall. I was like, So, Final Destination has always had a smaller budget. So you already know that it's going to do relatively well. And you know what? May is not even summer yet. So May is a perfect time for this film to come out. Whereas it's like it's spring-ish. And it's not like a movie that goes on, because I don't think horror movies really do that well in the summer. They do relatively well in like like January, February, or even like I'll say from September to February. Around that time is a good time to release horror movies. So if they're pushing for May, which I'm like, it's not that bad. And from what they said, also, Final Destination 5 was basically made on a $40 million budget, which, of course, these type of movies, you have to make it on that kind of a budget. You can't make a Final Destination movie on a $5 million budget or a $20 million budget, which I'm sure was probably the budget for the original movie, but that was 20 something, that was like, about 20 something years ago. Because when did the original one come out? Like 2001, 2002, maybe even earlier than that. So you can make that on a small budget, but when we're talking about 2024, 40 million is pretty much reasonable. So I can see why that they would probably make that on a 40 to $50 million budget. And that movie actually grossed 158 million worldwide. So it was a hit, but we got to realize that the landscape today is vastly different from the one in 2011. Because it's like when you look at a 40 to $50 million budget, that was cute or whatever back 13 years ago. But we're talking 2024. So what would the budget be now? So I think it would probably have to go up to like 50, 60 million. Especially if you're trying to do something like on a scale of the kills and the practicals and all the other stuff. You're trying to do some big set piece in regards of a lot of people getting killed and a premonition, all this stuff. Y'all know the whole wraparound regarding, or the premise regarding the franchise. But they also said, to wrap this up, that it's not clear Bloodlines will be a traditional legacy sequel, but Scream was able to revive itself with the format in 2022, 11 years after the previous installment. So it's entirely possible that the upcoming Final Destination movie will revive interest in the long-running horror franchise as well, but it will have less nostalgia to bank on compared to Scream, so it may instead have to rely more on delivering truly shocking kills. And that's one of the reasons why we love Final Destination. We don't like it necessarily. I mean, the characters is a plus, but we would like it for the kills. We want the elaborate set pieces, so you got to do practical. It's the same thing I said about A Nightmare on Elm Street. It's like we like it for Freddy Krueger, but we also like it because of the elaborate set pieces, which would be the dream sequences and how Freddy gets them in their dreams. So that's one of the things that they would have to rely on is, okay, so how does the Grim Reaper take out all these people that have been premeditated to be killed off, and then they've escaped, you know, they've escaped death, and now there's a whole design and situation. Y'all know the premise. So I love the Final Destination franchise, and I'm pretty much excited to see where they go with this franchise and how they revive it. So I say, oh, this to say, excuse me, what do you think of this story? You excited to see a revival of the Final Destination franchise? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so we have, oh, you said summer next year and Final Destination 6 next year. Oh, you might know what you did last summer. Someone said before the final Smile, we need a Smile prequel to get answers asked about the entity because people want to know more. Well, you want to know something? I don't think that we need to do. Wait, let me see what the rest of you said. You said exploring their origins to get to become the invisible demonic force, and then the fourth film should be the Madison Square Garden concert. And well, here's the thing. I feel like with Smile 3, I don't think that we need a prequel because I don't like when movies over explain things. I don't even like prequels when it comes to anything. Although I did hear that Mufasa, the prequel to, whatever, is pretty good. But whatever. Y'all can watch that. I don't give a damn about Mufasa. I don't give a damn about Lion King live action versions. I like the Lion King when I was a kid that I went to the movies to see. And that's the only one I acknowledged. So if y'all want to sit up here and do CGI versions of freaking old IPs that I grew up on, y'all go ahead and do that. But I'm not supporting this mess. But anyway, so when it comes to the whole Smile Demon, I feel like if we're gonna do Final Destination, if we're gonna do Smile 3, I feel like you can have somebody come in where there's a scene or whatever the case is that kind of gives that explanation, but we don't need a full movie on it. So I think they can incorporate that prequel stuff in the new movie, but also somebody who may have survived it that could figure out how they got around it. So if they want to do that and he wants to wrap all this whole thing up and not continue to make it, because I do feel like it's going to be a certain point, kind of like the Terrifier franchise, it's going to get too big for its britches. We know America loves doing 89,000 damn sequels to a franchise because it's a hit, but it's like if there's no more story there to tell, then there needs to be a point where let's wrap it up and let's move on to the next thing. I get irritated with it's like we don't need a billion different sequels to the same damn thing because it gets repetitive, it gets boring, it's uninteresting. It should be about telling a story. And I feel like that's where we're going in regards to storytelling. The old way that things used to work in regards to storytelling doesn't really work anymore. The way that I grew up on. So we need to have like 8,000 Friday the 13th. So I don't feel like that we need that. So, but also I do feel like we can have all of that mixed in. We can have the figure, okay, where did this demon come from? We can start it off from Sky Riley killing herself with the microphone in the eye, and then bludgeoning herself to death with the microphone, getting it from her point of view. Who exactly did she look at? Because when you are in a room with 20,000 people and there's some people in there who may have traumatic experiences that they have in their life. And then there's some who haven't had those experiences. But witnessing her death is the thing that traumatizes 20,000 people in the arena. And you can have this go wherever because that's what the demon feeds on. It feeds on your fears. It feeds on, your trauma and all the other stuff. So we can explore that. And then also, how do we kill this thing? Or can it be killed? So we got a lot of different directions where that goes. And hopefully, which would have been even more crazier is if he really did something like it was broadcast live on TV. Kind of like, we've seen in the past with Madonna live on HBO or something like that. If they would have went in that direction where it was like broadcast on TV and it kind of went out there, similar to Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. If they would have went in that direction with that, that would have been even crazier. I wish they would have kind of went in that direction with that. So it's like not only is it 20,000 people in a concert, but worldwide. We could have did something like that. Oh, you said it comes out. Oh, you talking about it comes out on Janet's birthday? Wait, what does? You talking about Final Destination? Yeah, Sean Puffy Carter. Guess he doesn't change. He changed his name. Change his name. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so let's get into this Chris Evans news. So yesterday we talked a bit about Chris Evans returning to Marvel, despite him leaving his Captain America mantle role, and then there was this stuff about where we saw at the end of Endgame how Chris Evans got old. He went off with Haley Atwell's character, and they all did their own thing, and they had their little happy ever after. Well, apparently, when it comes to the MCU, no one ever really has a happily ever after because it's like now we have to go backwards instead of forwards because the MCU tried to do their whole, oh well, let's bring in new characters with Shang-Chi and then the Marvels and those other stuff. But apparently, well, I don't know why we still waiting on the damn Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi did relatively well at the box office. Why are we still waiting for Simu Liu to reprise the role? Although I will say this, I'm glad Simu is still working. That he's off doing other things and he's not waiting around for the white folks over at Marvel to give him a new damn job, that he's still out here working and doing his thing. So I'm happy for him and those other stuff. And I like him on that Shark Tank-esque type show that he's doing too. Although I did hear, I think it's called Dragon's Den. Although people have told me that Dragon's Den existed before Shark Tank. So I'm like, well, of course, because America, we don't have no original ideas. We just take whatever everybody else is doing and just change a name on it and call it something else. So shout out to Simu Liu, but yeah, they were trying to give all these different characters and do all these different movies, but apparently people just haven't been liking it, and now a lot of people are feeling like the MCU is running around with a chicken with his head cut off, trying to get back to what people were excited about in the old MCU. So now we're looking back at characters to bring in that audience, and people feel like the MCU was desperate. And in so many ways, while it is cool or whatever, like I love nostalgia. Like I love the fact that, I love Chris Evans as Captain America. I love Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. Some people say that he was literally playing himself on the screen, and I do feel like he was. And I also feel like it rubbed me a bit the wrong way when he came out at Comic-Con. It felt like he was doing Tony Stark as Doctor Doom. Like, it felt a little cosplay-ish. And it was like, it just didn't, the reveal just did not work for me. It wasn't executed well, which just kind of got me side-eyeing the fact of, why the hell did you cast Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom? You could have got somebody like Mads Mikkelsen or something like that and I know some people, but he was already in an MCU movie. So the hell was Chris Evans. But y'all had, as Mr. Flame on himself, Johnny Storm, but y'all cast him as a different character. We've had actors play other comic book characters before. So you can bring somebody that was in another character and bring them in as somebody else. We've done it previously. So I'm not buying Robert Downey Jr. I'm not as convinced. And like I said before, you proved me wrong. I'm here to, I'm willing to be open-minded and being proven incorrect in regards of my feelings regarding this. But so far, I'm not 100% on board with Robert Downey Jr. playing this character, playing Dr. Doom. I just don't see it. And with Chris Evans, I'm like, what the hell are you going to have him do? Number one, you already got Anthony Mackie playing a new Captain America. We're supposed to have this movie coming out in February. And while I'm a little on the fence about the movie, I'm still going to go see it and still support it because I like Captain America and I want to see what Anthony Mackie is going to bring to this part, especially when he's running around as somebody who didn't take the same serum that Chris Evans's character, well, Captain America took, Steve Rogers, in the original movie, where he went from being this scrawny little, man to this buff, into America's ass, is what I'll say. So so the people's not feeling it either. And that's why I was like, you know what? I'm so glad that I feel like I'm not the only one that's left out. Although, I could do well on my lonely. I could stand out here on my own stuff. I don't need a whole backup choir. But it does feel good when you have people that's like, you know what? They kind of have the same trepidations as I do. So according to the Daily Mail, shout out to them, they said the 43-year-old actor who recently starred in Dwayne The Rock Johnson's Christmas film Red One, which, sidebar, like I said yesterday, funny enough, like when we look at a lot of these people that were part of the MCU, a lot of their movies have not done really well at the box office post MCU Endgame, whatever you want to call it. Robert Downey Jr. hasn't had a hit since he left. Neither has Chris Evans. He started in that movie that I can't remember the name of it, the spy movie with Ryan Gosling that went straight to Netflix. Was not a good movie. Was also done by the Russo brothers. I think they directed and produced it. Wasn't a good movie, but I liked him. He did he did what needed to be done in it, but the movie wasn't good. And also Red One flopped hard at the box office, but we all knew that. That should have went straight to Netflix. The movie looked terrible, so I can only imagine what it was when you saw it in the theater. So yeah, now they said that he's claimed to be making a surprise appearance. Well, it ain't that much of a surprise if y'all spoiling it. But they said now he's going to be in Avengers Doomsday, and this is according to the Wrap. Now, Chris plays Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe from 2011's Captain America: The First Avengers until Avengers Endgame in 2019. Now, while the outlet reported the Red One star will be returning to the MCU in some capacity for Avengers Doomsday, it was not confirmed which role Evans will be playing after the actor also recently appeared as Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch in Deadpool and Wolverine. Now, fans of the MCU were not pleased by the news that many flooded Twitter, including on the popular discussing film accounts comment section to express their displeasure. Now, one of the more popular replies featured a gif of a man violently banging the back of his head on the couch with the caption, Marvel relying on nostalgia again, which I kind of felt, since we talking about America's ass, I got to put on this picture because, we messy over here. So another mock Disney executives as they wrote, please come see this effing movie. Look, we have all your favorites back. Now, as Robert Downey Jr. has already been announced as to be returning to the MCU as supervillain Dr. Doom after the death of his original character Tony Stark, aka Iron Man, one user made a hilarious jibe at who Chris could be coming back as they wrote. He's also playing Dr. Doom. Now, another Twitter user took more of a serious approach to make the same point as they said. I actually don't understand how you masterfully build up Endgame as a goodbye to Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans in the MCU to only bring them back for the next Avengers movie right after Endgame. And that I kind of agree with. It's like you gave them this proper send off. Like, I felt like we put a nice little bow on Endgame by giving a farewell to Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, only to kind of bring them back. It does feel like a desperate attempt to, we haven't been doing the greatest job. And I don't know if who could we blame on this? Could we blame Bob Iger? Could we blame, well, Bob Iger at the time, I guess, when 4 and 5 was happening, was gone. Bob Chapek was in the driver's seat and gave Kevin Feige limited control over the MCU, where he was pretty much hands-on through the first 3 phases. So now that Kevin Feige does have, now he's back in the driver's seat, and Bob Iger has cleaned up the mess that Bob Chapek left and is ready to pick his next successor. I don't know if it'll be in 2025 or 2026, but that is the word that he is looking to put in his next successor, and he's willing to officially retire because Bob Chapek left him in the shitter because he didn't know what the hell he was doing over there. He's not in a mindset of like a, what do you call it? We'll use DC as a reference. The new DC, not the old one. So we have Peter Safran, who is handling all the business stuff, and then you have James Gunn, who is handling all the comic book stuff because he is an artist, he's a writer, he's a creator, so he's handling all of that. And then you have Peter Safran, who's handling all the business stuff, which I think is a great combination. I feel like you need 2 people where it's like, I'm going to handle all the creative stuff. I pretty much am the storyteller, so I'm going to handle and kind of oversee that. And I'm going to have you deal with all the business stuff because I ain't got time to be sitting there dealing with my money and budgets and all that stuff. I'm going to handle the creative aspect, which for me, if I was a mogul, that would be what I would want to do because story first is where my head is at in regards to having this type of conversation. So, but yeah, so now they said that, because I want to see where it was. Okay, so, now they said the news would be alarming to some, and the 2019 blockbuster Avengers Endgame ended after the defeat of Thanos, played by Josh Brolin, where Rogers returns to the Infinity Stones to the original timeline and elects to live in the past with his one true love, Peggy Carter, which I just talked about, played by Haley Atwell, who I believe is, like I said earlier, is in she's the new girl in the Mission Impossible movies. Although, like I said, I'm still mad at y'all killed over Rebecca Ferguson. But word on the curb is some people believe that her death was fake. But we'll find that out when that new movie comes out in May of next year. So he returns as an elderly man to pass the iconic Captain America shield and therefore the title of Captain America to Sam Wilson, aka the Falcon, which we'll see how that plays out in the new Captain America movie that is coming out. What's it called? Brave New World, with Anthony Mackie when that comes out in February. Now they said if this recent report turns out to be true, Evans will be reuniting with his former Avengers co-star in the aforementioned Downey Jr., who's 59, who will be playing the antagonist Dr. Doom in Doomsday. Now the Oppenheimer star who had fronted the MCU, well, actually, see, I'll take that back a little bit. I was like, Robert Downey Jr. hasn't been in a hit since Endgame. Actually, he was in Oppenheimer, which grossed $1 billion and got him an Oscar. So it's one. So you don't get put in the same category a little bit because you had the hit with that. Most forgot that he was in that movie. So the Oppenheimer star, who had fronted the MCU from his inception in 2008's Iron Man until Endgame 11 years later, was revealed to be returning to the franchise as its next big villain at this year's San Diego Comic-Con. And this after being unveiled as this series' next bad guy, he explained how Marvel Studios boss Kevin Feige pitched the role of Dr. Doom to him and his wife Susan Downey. So, yeah, so there's a couple of posts. We can go through those in regards of the people on social media. They said Marvel relying on nostalgia again. And then we have we already talked about that. So we can scroll why they keep recycling Marvel actors. Another person asked, will you ever stay dead, Cap? And this is his answer. No, I don't think I will. Then another person said, I'm confusion. And then that was the joke where they were saying earlier he's also playing Dr. Doom. So yeah, I wanted to go through the series of, comments on the social media where they said, I actually don't understand how you could massively build up Endgame as a goodbye only to bring them back for the next Avengers movie right after Endgame. And another person said, I'm not gonna say it ruins Endgame or anything, but I would be lying if I said that these don't feel extremely shallow. Did I post that twice? And they said they officially cast Chris Evans and RDJ for any of the new Avengers. Yeah, how are y'all bringing them back? We don't even know who's gonna be the new generation of Avengers. So where are we going with that? Like once, because I feel like I think the reviving of. I don't even know if that's even been discussed. It's like, okay, so that after the disaster, there were some good things that came out of phase 4 and 5. Even remember what quiet as it's kept. I don't even know what phase we in anymore. I'm confused. I wish I would stop with the whole phases because I don't even know where the hell we are. If y'all know where we at, drop it in the comments. But post the mess that we was dealing with, because a lot of people were relatively disappointed with the previous phases post Endgame. I guess we'll go there to be on the safe side. Who are going to be the new Avengers? Because y'all were trying to bring in, the Marvels. The Marvels was okay. It wasn't the greatest. I was relatively disappointed with Doctor Strange, the sequel, the In the Mouth of Madness, whatever the hell that was called. I was disappointed with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Don't even get me started. After 20 minutes, I checked out. I just left it on as background noise at that point. I didn't like where y'all were going with um, Jonathan Major's character. I didn't particularly care about him as trying to be the big bad. He wasn't giving me what I needed with that. So now it's sort of like we're at the drawing board and they feel like, well, now that we're back at the drawing board, let's bring in this person. And I understand different variants and multiverse and all that other stuff, but I just feel like because we've become so comfortable with Robert Downey Jr. doing such a phenomenal job as Iron Man and Chris Evans doing such a phenomenal job as Captain America, I just feel like we can't look beyond that because they did such a phenomenal job as that thing. So you want to bring them in as a different variant of somebody else, and this is like, I don't know if it's going to be if people are going to buy into it. I understand. Now we're talking about comic books. I understand how comic book world is way different than comic book cinematic universe. You have to realize that's why when it works in cinema, it's different from comic books. So people have to understand that we differentiate the two because everything that works in the comic book is not going to register on the screen. And you have to also realize that not everybody reads comics. So when you look at a movie, people are like, how is this even possible? Because he wasn't in this thing. So now you're trying to come up in here and feed me something else and I'm supposed to just go along with it. So people have to realize like we have to come out of the Hollywood bubble and kind of look at it from the mindset of the average moviegoer who doesn't pay attention to the minute details that someone like myself and so many others who are into the whole comic book cinematic universe stuff pays attention to. So that's what I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to look at it from this. I was trying to put myself in the shoes of everybody else and take myself out of the bubble. So who is going to be the new Avengers? So I'm curious about that. And so to wrap this up, let's see, because I got to scroll on down. Oh, so basically to talk about what he said. He said Susan and I were sitting, as in Robert Downey Jr., his wife, when I was sitting down with Feige at one point, he said, it just keeps occurring to me that if you were to come back, and Susan was like, wait, come back as what? And then we both realized over time that it was another thing that just disapproves any doubt anyone could ever have about that guy. Feige is a very sophisticated, creative thinker, and about how can we not go backwards? How can we not disappoint expectations? How can we continue to beat expectations? And he brought up Victor Von Doom, and I looked into that character, and I was like, wow. And later on, he goes, "Let's get Victor Von Doom right. Let's get that right." Well, as I said before, if you could figure out how to convince us to be on board with this, I'm open for it. But so far, it does feel like nostalgia porn in so many ways. So, like I said, while I'm gonna side eye and the spectrum, my hat is on regarding skepticism. My skepticism hat, I guess. I was trying to find the word. It's like a little skeptical. And until I'm gonna wait for a trailer, I'm gonna wait till y'all start shooting. I'm gonna wait to see, I'm gonna wait and see all that. Then I'll really criticize. But right now, I am feeling a little skeptical. So, and I feel like I'm not the only one. I've heard other pundits who said that they feel the same way, who are like hardcore further like down that rabbit hole in regards of like comic book stuff than I am, because I'm not gonna sit up here and try to act like I know everything about comic book stuff, because I'm not a big comic book guy. I mean, I'm familiar with some things and I do watch other people to kind of get the knowledge, but for the most part, as like somebody who's an avid I am a comic book movie fan. So when I'm watching all these things, thinking from that standpoint of the world that you guys have built, I will say that I am a bit skeptical. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of do you feel like the opinions are valid? Well, everybody, I feel like your opinions are valid to an extent, and we could agree to disagree. But how do you feel about? Do you feel like you're on the same page of people who feel like that maybe this is a desperation on people's part regarding Chris Evans rejoining the MCU and who he might be playing and that sort of thing? Or do you feel like it's desperation on the MCU's part that they're looking to the past and playing a little nostalgia porn in order to get people's back in the good graces of the MCU fans who have been burned for the past couple of years over some of the movies that they put out where people have felt a little disappointed in regards of that the new MCU films have not lived up to the expectations post Endgame. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, now we have comments. You said the House Ethics Committee of Matt Gaetz leaked. Oh, you said I'll share an article. The Universal Pictures sold the substance to music due to studio wigs being uncomfortable with the subject. Wait, what's when you talk about sold it to music? What does that even mean? Like you said, character was originally Ray Liotta. He filmed all the scenes, but they decided to replace it with an actor who could promote the film. You talking about movie? I mean, I already bought the film, so I'm good. And well, Ray Liotta passed away, so they probably had to come in and have somebody else. He said Robert Downey Jr. won. Yeah, he did win the Oscar for Oppenheimer, and I think we all kind of knew he was going to win it. He said Chapek became known as Cheapek. He didn't do shit the whole time. Of course he didn't. But and he also wanted his cronies. Sounds very familiar. He was like the Donald Trump of um Disney, whereas he only wanted people that he was comfortable with working with him rather than people who were qualified for the job. So that conversation was floating around too. So yeah, Disney for a while under Chapek was a hot ass mess. I just wish they would fire Kathleen Kennedy the way they fired him. The carpets on the Magic Carpet ride are extremely squeaky. Last time I was at the parks, I could hear them well, you know what? If we talk about the Disney parks and stuff, I hear that they're a mess too. And families are like, they're losing a lot of money because they're pricing out people to go to these Disney theme parks. Like, why is it so damn expensive? Rose says, when it comes to screenwriting, do you feel like Hollywood will be helped or hurt by using AI? Uh, in a way, I will say this. I have no problem with screenwriters getting help using AI because sometimes I have to say, like, when I have ideas and stuff, I'll look to AI to help out. But the thing is, I'm gonna go in and correct things and come up with my own ideas and stuff. Like I have an idea, and you put it through Chat GPT or whatever the case is, and they help you, with the situation. But you have to go in as a person, and I look at Chat GPT or AI as a guide to help you out in situations. Because, funnily enough, Robert was talking earlier, like we were having I think you messaged me about it. We were having a conversation in regards of Hollywood not wanting to hire writers' rooms and all this other stuff. So if like you're not going to give me 3 or 4 people that's going to help me out with this idea, I'm all for using AI if it helps cut corners a little bit. I mean, you could use it as lazy. Oh, well, you just lazy and don't want to use it for nothing. I feel like if you are going to use it and not abuse it, I have no problem with AI. It's just the fact that I'm gonna go in and if it's gonna help me out in certain situations, I'll go and I'll add a little something extra on top of it. Like I'm gonna fatten, I'm not gonna cut the fat off. I'll go in and fix things to correct if it makes any sense. And it's gonna help me out. But I would use it as a guide rather than a crutch. But with some people, not everybody's gonna think like I do. Some people are gonna abuse the situation and then be like, oh yeah, this. I'm like, but Chad, you could definitely tell this was written by some damn AI. And that's always been the comment that some people are like, this movie is terrible. It looked like y'all used some AI type stuff. Like some people say about Kraven the Hunter, where I heard that script is terrible. Like it felt like somebody put it through a shredder and just glued it back together and came up with the script. Well, we're getting into that. And so I think that's our next story. When we talk about Kraven the Hunter, which in the Sony Spider-Verse. So we're talking. So long story short, if I answered your question, because I know it is a complex situation, I don't feel like AI would be used and it would be in a bad thing. But I just feel like there's some people that would be cheap and want to cut corners and all this other stuff. But I was like, if I'm going through writer's block or whatever the case is, and I need help structuring, I would use AI. AI is becoming really common now. Like people are doing AI versions of songs, some of the artists. One of the best AI I heard was Madonna doing Padam Padam. Yeah. And if it's gonna help me out, like I said, I would use it. And people are posting AI videos on Instagram and on Facebook now. I feel people are done with nostalgia, but Hollywood rather original films and streaming stuff. But between pop music taking samples and making it brand new, I think they refuse to listen to fan. Probably. How long have I been on for? Almost an hour and a half. Well, yeah, I have been on for like an hour and a half. Just about because I started around when 4:15. You know, there's been some issues online or whatever regarding I don't know, like I said earlier, Meta's been acting really weird. So um we've been on, so I'm not even streaming live on Facebook. I was like, I think my phone is fully charged because it was, oh yeah, it is. It says 100% because I'm sitting here charging my phone as I'm talking to y'all. Okay, so now it says they don't understand you have to have separate comic book movie fans from comic book fans. Yeah, and you can sprinkle little things in there, but it's like you can't do a karma. You can't take everything from the comics and put it into movies or TV or whatever because not everything is going to work. What works in comics is that you can't. It doesn't transition well depending on the situation when it comes to movies and stuff. So when people sit up here and complain, it's like I don't think they understand that, like how movies work and all that other stuff. So, um, but yeah, they have to separate, and I do agree with that you have to separate comic book movie fans from comic book fans because people are like, well, in the comics, I'm like, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes you have to make executive decisions because what works in a comic book is not going to transition in a comic book movie. So you have to make certain decisions. You said, I think Luigi is hiding. Well, we have talked about Luigi apparently having a little gay tendencies. There was one we talked about it yesterday where I posted a thing about, well, read some guy revealed that he had sex with him, and there was another one that talked about that he had sent him expiring photos on Grindr. Already, we've got Payne pics of um, Luigi all over social media. And I cannot tell you how many people have sent me his photos in the past 24 hours. I'm like, and I didn't want to be like, okay, I already got it. And I've seen it to some people too. It's like, and one of my friends was like, well, not one of our friends, obviously, Sailor Mermaid. Shout out to him. I don't know if he's in the chat, but um, he was like, oh, I knew he was fat, and I was like, yo, duh. There's pictures around him in sweatpants where you could literally see the print of his peen, and then there's pictures of like he's literally gripping the base. I'm describing it because you can do that. He's gripping the base. You see like the top of the head is red. Well, he's white, so of course he's gonna have a red head, and he's packing. So shout out to him. We all know like the tall, skinny ones. You got to worry about them. They be packing between me down there. So, do I think that Luigi may have hooked up with dudes? Of course he has. I mean, shall we know the type? And quiet as it's kept, I've hooked up with many Luigi types. I told you I grew up around a lot of the Jersey Shore type of guys, like the Vinnies and the Paulie D's and stuff. It's like, yeah, growing up in Queens and Long Island and stuff, I know a lot of those types. Who said Orlando Brown? Ew. I was like, first of all, he done impregnated his girl with that meth sperm. She better get her coochie checked. He probably got them sexy red ass bumps. And you said, yeah, that is a scary thought because the last thing anybody should be is as a father is Orlando Dan Brown. I wonder if that would probably not. We know there's a lot of crackheads around here and drug addicts with babies. Look at Rosie O'Donnell's daughter. She got 4 of them. And she a damn junkie. And he said, I remember when they followed the comic of Walking Dead and Unalive Glenn. Yeah, and the show has not survived since. Because when they went in and they was killing off everybody in that episode. And yeah, it was, I understood why they were doing the certain things, but yeah, they should have changed it up a little bit. Um, Glenn was so beloved by everybody. And now you have Maggie running around with Negan in a show. Make that make sense. And I don't even think that show was even done well, but it got a season 2 because I seen the trailer about 2 weeks ago. Couldn't get into it. The only spinoff, no shade, that I like out of the Walking Dead franchise is oh my god, I totally forgot about it. The one with Daryl and Carol. That's the only one I actually like. All the other spinoffs they've come out with, I don't care. I find them boring. I bail after a couple of episodes. I try to get into it, and I kind of like. No, don't get me wrong. The one with Maggie and Negan, I actually like the whole Escape from New York vibe to it. The show is just not gelling with me. I'm trying to get into season 2, but I will say the only show that I made it through, like I binged and actually watched, is Walking Dead with Daryl and Carol. Now they brought Carol back in season 2. I'm actually liking it even more. And I think it was because in the beginning she said she wasn't coming aboard, but now her schedule cleared and now they could bring her in. Or she probably saw how good the damn show was and the ratings. She was like, I'm ready to come back. And look, a lot of them, no shade. Well, I was going to say Norman Reedus ain't going to get a job after that, but that's a lie. First of all, he's in the new Ballerina movie. So Norman Reedus still getting work. Facebook had a global show. Oh, did it? Oh, so yeah, there was some drama going on because I was like, what the hell? I was like, wait a minute, I know I didn't post nothing inappropriate. So why am I not getting, none of my stuff was going through. My blog post wasn't going directly through. Nothing I was posting was working. So I was getting annoyed by Meta. And you said person who snitched on Luigi might not be. Did we talk about that yesterday? I think Robert sent me something and I cackled over that. I was like, that's what you get. Y'all running around here. I said, look at God. It's like y'all running around here trying to be messy because all y'all care about is a damn reward. I don't care about that boy. I want the $60,000. And look at them. They trying to find a way to not give y'all that money, which pretty much sounds like that United Healthcare CEO mess. Oh, they tell y'all they're gonna help you out with something, and then the reality hit, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, fuck you, you ain't getting that money. Now, by the way, now and then it's like now you mad and now you screwed. So the people who were supposed to get that reward, you better you better arm yourself up with some security because if that person come out with a pow pow in your direction, don't be surprised because people are fed up at this point. And so I gave up once all the shows came out. Too much for me to follow. It just diluted my excitement for the Marvel Universe. Yeah, and I feel like now at this point, there's been too much of interconnection. Like before, like I said, when the first 3, you didn't have to watch every show in order to know what was going on. Even if I didn't want to watch certain, like I didn't care for Loki, so I didn't watch any of those. But when they would just mention a little something in one of the films, I was like, okay, I got an idea what was happening in Loki. I don't have to run over that and deal with that. Now it felt like homework. Whereas like you got to watch the Marvels in order to know, or you had to watch WandaVision to know what was going on in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And I was like, and I know a lot of people who didn't really like WandaVision, even though it was good. Like I told you, I had a roommate who's from Brazil, and he didn't understand he didn't like WandaVision because WandaVision basically the whole premise was about American TV shows. And when you're not American, you don't understand American pop culture. So, I mean, you can assimilate and learn and know certain things, but you're not going to know you don't know a lot about our TV shows that we grew up on. So it went over his head and he didn't like it. So people have to understand that. Especially if you're an American movie maker or a TV show maker and stuff. So yeah, it just felt like homework at one point. And when I have to feel like I'm doing homework or it's a chore for me to get through a show or a movie, I'm bailing. And I already told y'all, I only give shows 3 damn episodes and I bail. Although I will say this, I am loving the new Star Wars series. I was like, finally, a series that I like outside of Andor and The Mandalorian. This new series with the kids, I'm liking it. So yeah, I'm bailing, but I'm willing to give them a chance when the Brave New World and Fantastic Four and all that stuff comes out. I'm willing to go to the theater and see it. You already know I'm going to see. The one reason why I'm going to go see Fantastic Four is because my husband is in it, Pedro Pascal. Anyway, so he said he got sugar in his tank. I saw it in the twinkle in his eye when he was talking. Well, we already know she got homosexual tendencies. And he went to an all boys school, so you already know when it comes to the all boys schools, with the shit they was doing up in there, you know he was tearing them bussies up while he was up in there. And so Luigi went to Gilman School, private middle and high school, where a teacher was just convicted. Oh, really? It said convicted for SA and exploitation of a student who's now 23. Luigi is 26. I would not be surprised because when it comes to like those all boys schools or places where there's a lot of kids, there is an open cesspool of perverts that run up in there. And I've seen many an episode of Law and Order SVU and watched enough stuff about sex crimes where they always say, like, a lot of times when you get these perverts, they'll put themselves in work positions or job positions where they can do their little crime stuff. So you get a lot of sex offenders who will work in an environment where there's kids and they don't be doing, I'm like, y'all don't be doing background checks? Some disturbing details of how teacher groomed students started when he was in the 8th grade, secretly recording him and then blackmailing him when he was in college and using it to further exploit. Victims said that there were group activities the teacher would also record. Child, why am I just now hearing about this? And you said call local police, not the FBI number. Well, yeah, you a dummy. They should have called 977 tips. It said Luigi looked like a power top. Well, the word on the curb is he is a power top. I mean, we talked about it on the show, and how one boy said that, yeah, he basically, in so many, well, in my words, he pretty much turned his pussy into, he turned it into soup, basically. Like, he rearranged his guts. So, yeah, he wouldn't be at a Diddy party because I don't think Luigi has to drug anybody to actually get some ass. Unlike Diddy ugly ass. So, yes, shout out to the Italian man. I love being an Italian man. And it's I love men, period. But Italian men, so I heard McDonald's hired security at the Altoona location because the employees are scared. Well, look, y'all should have minded the business that pays you. But then again, when you make a minimum wage, why would you mind your business? I said the real enemy should be McDonald's or your state and Josh Shapiro's Zionist ass for them not raising the minimum wage for y'all over there. So maybe that's the real argument y'all should be having instead of trying to take down somebody who is considered a hero for, going against the establishment. Regardless of how you feel on it. Because I heard Luigi has back issues. Well, the thing is, and I'm going to talk about in the show, is that when we get to that, is that they said that the pain in his back has been so excruciating because there was x-rays that was put out that he had like this metal rod and some screws put in his back because of an injury that he had, I think, from kayaking and mountain climbing and a bunch of other stuff that he was doing, that it was affecting his sex life because you do need to move your back around and stuff when you are top and you fucking. So when you doing all the sexual stuff, if you in such pain, it will affect your sex life. I didn't know Kraftwerk was touring, but I wonder if they're doing an arena tour because I would definitely hope that they would come to my job. Yeah, yes, exactly. A top can have back issues, and I feel like even if he was to lay on his back and lay there like a dead fish, like how I imagine Mariah Carey having sex, I would think that even somebody like a bottom sitting on your meat and just clapping them cheeks on top of your thighs, that you would probably still feel the pain in your back. So you can't even lay down. I'm like, damn, I can't do nothing. Well, shout out to Miss Minogue. And you said Phoenix has a second and final Shakira date. I might go see her now. Not now that my city got a second date. And now she's moved to stadiums, right? And you said Luigi's family made money off the healthcare industry running nursing homes. So what is he complaining about? Well, it could be, well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, two things could be true at the same time. Maybe that his family did make money off the healthcare industry. Maybe his family does, but that's his family. Does he have access to that money? And I feel like with all the money that his family comes from, that still doesn't pain in the situation regarding he's in pain. So I don't give a damn what my family is a part of and all that other stuff. The fact of the matter is that I'm being affected by the very system that my family profits from. I'm going to the head. I'm cutting off the head of the snake, which is the CEO of United Healthcare. So I do feel like it's multi-layered. So while on the surface, I guess you could say that he's not a hero because of family, because his family is a part of the medical industry or the healthcare industry and they profit in some sort of way. It's like, but the relatability is rich or poor, we have an issue with the healthcare industry. So that's the way I look at it. Because it's like, yeah, my family may be millionaires, but that don't mean I am. And so for when you talk about he killed the man, it's like, yeah, we could sit up in here and talk about, yeah, well, look, he killed somebody. Killing is wrong. We've already, because I saw Brown Bunny, so that comment. So it's like, yeah, forgot what I was going to say. Oh, you said, so you're basically talking about like he's not a hero because he killed the man. That's like, yeah, on the surface, yeah, killing is wrong. We've said that already on the show. And yeah, on the surface, that is true. However, I'm looking at it from a different standpoint, which is it opens a Pandora's box for us to have a conversation about the system and how it doesn't work. The healthcare system is a disaster. It's a mess. Why are we the only country that does not provide universal healthcare for people? If you are an adult living in this country, I feel like we should not be having to pay rent. You should already be ushered into that because when we're adults, you should be able to have access to a home without being priced out. You should be able to have healthcare without being pushed to the side or priced out, or the fact that my life, me being dead is more valuable to you than me actually getting the health care that I need. Why is it that other countries have universal health care and we don't? Or they actually give a damn about their people, even if you don't even have the most money in the world. It's sort of like, I'm just nothing but cattle to you. So the way that we run around and treat people in this country is just deplorable. And so they said the bad back affected his man mounting. But I can imagine, like, to me, no shade, and I love Mariah, but she gives me lazy lay teas. She definitely does. Um, so Kraftwerk New York dates March 13th. Well, what is that? The Beacon thing. Well, yeah, they definitely give me like they would do smaller venues. I can't see them doing a a, a stadium tour or an arena tour. Trust them, babies can't get the money until their parents are gone. That could be that too. Do you think he was a homosexual pincushion for the CEO? No, I just feel like he was pissed. They said Luigi is a class traitor for the people, and the people love him for that. They said the gymnastics coach. Wait, is that who the one that was being accused? Is it fair if you're living in a gleaming new rent stabilized high rise for $500 per month and your neighbor is paying $5,000 for the same size unit? Well, first of all, people should not be paying $5,000 for freaking rent, especially in New York. Why are they paying? Why are people paying even $5,000? Or when you look at a studio should not be $2,500. I remember, like, well, I can't remember, but I know from what I know, rent was way cheaper when I was a kid growing up versus now. I just don't understand like why people are paying so much money to survive in New York, but the living wage stays the same. Why is it that the rent keep going up every year or every 2 years, depending on your lease? But it's like me working, I'm having to continue to have to work, 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 work. Why am I having to shout out to Riri? Why do I have to keep working, myself to the bone only to realize that's like no matter how hard I work, I still can't get a leg up. So it's like you want to raise the food prices, you want to raise the rent, you want to raise everything else, and you want to raise the damn, you know, um, car fare in New York in regards to like the trains, but our train system is still shit. I don't understand how we have people working construction in the tunnels, but the trains are still a mess. We still got delays. We still have issues. But then if you go into certain parts where I've lived in Harlem, I've lived in a lot of places where all the white people are starting to migrate now. You got trains coming every 2 seconds. But if you go certain places where there's a lot of black and brown people, and I've seen this, the trains is delayed, train traffic. Y'all want after a certain time of night, y'all want to go to you want to go local. When it's taking people 2 hours to get home, if you coming from Manhattan to Queens, like it's like New York City, it's a damn mess. And then we got a stupid ass mayor who rather get his ass, his meat massaged, yes, between his damn legs by some goddamn strippers or taking kickbacks from people because he has been bought and paid for, which is why he trying to lick the crack of Trump ass so that way he can get pardoned. So that's what he more concerned about. So I don't understand, like, and I don't like that whole idea of like when you're talking about a stabilized high rise of 500 versus 5,000. And I think this is why we've gotten where we've gotten, because everybody's worrying about what everybody else is doing instead of focusing on they self, which is why you worrying about how much your neighbor is paying, or the fact that people are getting upset because we're sitting here, blaming migrants for why our country is the way it is, when we should be looking at these 1%ers who continue to steal from us and price gouge us out and continue to skim off the top while we're up here struggling to make ends meet. Those are the real enemy. It's not our neighbor. It's not the person that lives next door to us. It's not this black or brown person. That's the distraction. So rent shouldn't be $5,000. I mean, maybe if people had a stabilized amount of money that they could, people was actually being paid their damn worth, especially school teachers, which is basically makes sense why these kids is getting dumber and damn dumber every decade, because I don't want to pay teachers their worth. They have to go in and they barely make money. So they have to go into their income that they make to buy things, school supplies and all this other stuff. It's a long, drawn out, slippery slope and of stuff that, people have to deal with, but it is what it is, I guess. It said driver's seat, he wasn't sexually abused. No, it was planned, and there's a hit list he had planned. Oh, so he thought he was Black Mamba. He had a whole list? Because we love to pay cheap, never consider the workers that being paid nothing so you can get free stuff. He may have been denied health care or got denied a claim. Yeah, it could be either or. And they said, how was he complaining about high insurance bills when his family was grafting the system, making millions off of abusing singers? Well, I don't know necessarily what his whole family background is. I would have to do further research on that. But anyway, we got another superhero story, and then we're going to get into we actually got two more. But then we'll get into the stuff, because it's funny, y'all spending more time talking about Luigi in here. and I'm not getting to the stories that I need to get to before we get to that story. So we can go from Marvel to Sony and talk about their horrible ass. Speaking of universes, that's a mess. I feel like the Sony verse or the Spider Verse has been more of a mess than the MCU. So the MCU, you do get a pass to an extent. We already discussed in the previous story how my side eyeing of the direction they're going in with that. But apparently they said that, after Kraven the Hunter, Sony is pretty much done with their Spider-Man verse. And thank God, because post Venom, it has been a disaster. So according to Comic Book Movie, they said a detailed report claims that compounded stumbles of Morbius, Madam Web, a Venom trilogy of diminishing returns, and even all those bungled plans from the 2010s, or I'll say 2010s, Amazing Spider-Man franchise are making Sony press pause on its attempts to build a separate Marvel universe. Instead, it's being said that all efforts are now turning toward working with Marvel Studios to make Spider-Man 4 with Tom Holland, saying they've developed what they wanted to develop for now. A top talent agent was quoted as saying, but it's not about the next Spider-Man film. The Rap's Humberto Gonzalez pointed to some ominously low-earning tracking and hype measures for Kraven the Hunter and everything at Sony as everything that Sony is concerned about. Kraven marks Sony's third Marvel-themed film released in 2024. Madam Web had a budget of 80 to 100 million and made just 100 million at the worldwide box office. Venom: The Last Dance cost 120 million in its box office haul of 472.8 million, was just over half of what the original film earned. and less than the sequel film earned while releasing within the restrictions and limits of the COVID pandemic. Now, Kraven the Hunter cost a whopping $130 million, and unless some Christmas miracle takes place, it's looking like it could potentially be the biggest flop of all three of Sony's Spider-Man universe releases this year. Now, Kraven the Hunter would have to earn over $300 million. Well, we already know that's not happening at the box office, just for Sony to say that it earned a combined $1 billion from its 2024 Marvel movies. The fact that the studio could end the year not even being able to make that claim is a depressing indictment of the brand and maybe the state of the superhero movie genre in general. Well, I don't know if we could say the state of the superhero genre movie, because we're not going to lump all of them. I just think the issue is Sony. And the fact is, they don't know what the hell they're doing over there regarding the Spider-Verse. You're making a whole Spider-Verse of villains or anti-heroes, whatever you want to call it, without Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the main reason why we have a Morbius, or we have a Madam Web, or we have a Kraven, or a Venom. You're trying to make these movies outside of that, but here's the thing. The movies have all been trash, including Venom. I hated all three of those all two of them. I didn't even see the third, nor do I care to see it. And I already heard people say that the third one isn't that great, but they enjoy certain things. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, well, there's parts of it I like, but overall, it's not a good movie. It's watchable, but it's not the best. None of them have been the best. I feel like Tom Hardy did what he could do with the character, and I like what he does with Venom and Eddie and that whole dynamic. But outside of that, I care less about the movie. The villains aren't memorable. I don't care about the carnage, even though the second one was called Let There Be Carnage, but I don't care about all that. I'm still pissed that I went to the movies to see Morbius, but I went with my friends. So us hanging out together and all that good stuff, I didn't mind it all that much. So it was what it was with that. I still haven't watched Madam Web, nor do I plan on watching it. I've heard so many bad things about that movie. You could put a gun to my head and pull a damn trigger. I still won't watch that damn movie, even post-mortem. And don't even get me started on what's the name of it? Kraven the Hunter. Because you can tell the desperation of this movie. You had the director on social media begging people to go see this damn movie. You already had them release an 8-minute opening sequence or scene from the movie, which you could tell watching the film, it wasn't an 8-minute sequence. They edited certain parts around it. You could definitely, because there was like a hard cut that I'm like, you could definitely tell that was edited. And I don't even think you had to go to film school like I did to even notice the hard edit. You could literally see it while you're watching the damn movie. I think any regular person with eyes that work and don't have cataracts could definitely tell. So the reviews of the movie already started coming out, because I've seen a couple of pundits online who have already started releasing their first reactions to the movie. And yeah, it's not getting the greatest of reviews, but I think at this point, I feel like people are at a place where they've been hurt and disappointed so many times by previous Spider-Verse Sony superhero movies that they're not willing to take a chance on these type of films. So yeah, you're seeing the diminishing returns. You're seeing that these movies are flopping, and I'm not surprised at all by this. So now they're pretty much saying, in regards to this, excuse me, the biggest issue with the Sony Spider-Man spinoff seems to be the lack of quality control. The movies just aren't good, an insider was quoted as saying. Sometimes that lack of quality meets a movie no one asked for, which was the case with Madam Web, and that is a no-win scenario. It may be time for Sony to start cultivating different IP to launch new franchises. It also noted that the Raps report that Sony is not only focusing on Spider-Man 4, the studio is still putting efforts into other areas of the brand that has managed to be a breakthrough success of the Spider-Verse. So yeah, we've had Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. Those are actually doing really well, and I believe they are doing like a version of one of the characters from the Spider-Verse, which Nicolas Cage I think voiced. They're doing a live action version of it, so I know that's supposed to be coming too. So maybe that'll actually work. I don't know, in my opinion, honestly, what direction they need to go into, because I don't know what superhero IPs outside of Spider-Man that Sony has access to. So maybe they could work on that and come up with some ideas and more or less go into that, instead of trying to create villain, anti-hero from the Spider-Verse and give them their own films. Because quiet as it's kept, they said nobody asked for Matter Web, nobody asked for Morbius either, and nobody asked for Venom, and nobody asked for Kraven the Hunter. People aren't really familiar with a lot of these characters, so why are we even making movies on these characters? And when you look at the trailer or you looked at the overall finished product of it, they just weren't good. And Sony is not really good at live action superhero stuff. They're good with the animation, but they're not good with the superhero stuff. So I think at this point, yes, I'm looking for the sequel to Across the Spider-Verse, and I'm looking forward to Spider-Man 4. Because so far they haven't let us down in those departments. So I care less about Kraven. I've heard that Aaron Taylor Johnson is good in the part, but his performance, but he's a good actor anyway. So that goes without saying. You're only going to be able to do what is required of you and give your 110%. And I always love that regardless, even if the movie is poo-poo, that the actor is going to give the best that they can. They're going to always show up and give 110%, even if the movie is crap. Even if the movie is giving, as a director, whatever the script is giving 10, and he's giving 110. So I'm here for you, Aaron Taylor Johnson. I know he's sitting up here talking about that. He's talking about sequels and stuff, sir. It's not going to happen. Sorry, the birth show bubble, but you're not getting a Kraven the Hunter sequel. So enjoy the character that you got to play in this, and just continue to make the movie that you're going to make. Now, I am looking forward to the movie because, Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's definitely been everywhere. They just released a trailer for him in 28 years later. I'm looking forward to that. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Kraven the Hunter? Are y'all surprised? Based on, this is the rumor. It hasn't been confirmed, but some of the trades have been reporting it. So, well, Sony hasn't confirmed it, I should say, but the trades are confirming it. So, are you glad that this is going to be the end of this ridiculously horrible Spider-Verse from Sony? And what do you think they need to take on? Because I need to look into their IP to see what they own in order for me to be like, oh yeah, they should look into that and develop it. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh, hey Travis C, thank you for the super chat. And then Kelly Robinson is up in here laughing. I don't know what you laugh or what part. Not me being. I don't know what you laughing at. I was like, I don't know what did I say, because I be saying so much. I be saying so much stuff. I don't be knowing the funny that comes out of my mouth. And it said, it's true. I can't stop thinking about Luigi. Those eyebrows got me thinking about Harry. Well, he do got I'm sure he do got a hairy booty hole. Wait, let me look at the. Hold on, let me see. Let me look at this nude of his that I have. I want to make sure that it's like, can we even tell? Can we even see booty crack? My neck, my back, lick my little in. No, you really can't see it because um he got on the black shorts. It looked like he got on a pair of shorts and he just gripping the base of his peen. And you could definitely see it's him because this is the eyebrow. Whoever leaked his news, y'all are a mess. But then again, how you doing? And thank you. He said, would you rather have screws holding your bulging spine tougher or a busted bussy after getting reamed out by Luigi type power top? Well, look, I don't even know how to answer that. How you doing? Parts by Daddily. So now there's somebody from Twitch that's up in here. Up in here, up in here. I said, could you imagine Luigi in a room with no sidebar? A friend of mine is shady as hell. I don't like to speak ill of nobody's children. But apparently the people is out here saying that Naveed, Usher's son with Manika, might be a homosexual because apparently he was up there dancing, if you wanted to call it that, with his father, and they said he was celebrating his birthday, and his father got him like an expensive car and stuff, which of course that would come with that. I said, we're gonna leave the kids alone. But then what my response was, I said, well, when the daddy can't come out and be his authentic self, the universe got to pass it down to the children. And then when you got Tamika out here with the man and speeches and she wasn't married a closet case, what else is gonna happen? Well, thank you. It's a green screen. But yeah. So What was I gonna say? Oh, so what's the next story that we got? Well, allegedly a lot. They said that story that's running around with him allegedly being put in the hospital because he scratched him out so damn much with his peen. Because it seemed like the only way Diddy gets some is by drugging people. Okay, so let's get into our final movie topic before we get to the rest of the show, which is going to be a little heavy. And let's talk about congratulations, I guess, to Austin Butler, who has been cast as Patrick Bateman in Luca Guadagnino's upcoming remake of American Psycho, or should we say his version of it? Because I don't know if it's going to be based really on Bret Easton Ellis's novel, which I read twice. I read that in Fight Club. I had to remember because I got the book in a box somewhere. But anyway, so in recent weeks, it says rumors have swirled that Aussie actor Jacob Elordi was in the running to star in Luca Guadagnino's new interpretation of Bret Easton Ellis's American Psycho remake. But now we have confirmation that Austin Butler is the man with the unenviable the unenviable task of following Christian Bale's iconic performance in Mary Harron's 2000 movie, because it came out 2000. So that's damn. I didn't realize that movie came out that long ago in 2000. And here we are in 2024, about to go into 2025. So the film will feature the script from Scott Z. Burns, who did The Laundromat. Don't even know what the hell that movie is, but okay. Will not be a remake of the 2000 film, but a new adaptation of Ellis's novel. Now, in the original movie, which came out in 2000 and set in the 80s, Christian Bale stars as Patrick Bateman, a Wall Street yuppie and serial killer, under the lens of Guadagnino, who is best known for Call Me By Your Name, Challengers, and most recently Queer. Yeah, this guy's been making a lot of movies. I'm like, how do you have the time to just film, edit, had the movie out? Because I just heard he wrapped another movie, which I think is in this article. So, yeah, he did Queer, which just came out in theaters. The new take on the book could have a larger erotic emphasis than the original horror satire. Guadagnino has also dabbed into genre in Suspiria and Bones and All. I didn't like his version of Suspiria, by the way. While Butler is attached to play the lead role in the movie, Guadagnino might have interpreted that Patrick Bateman character in a much different way than the previous incarnation. So yeah, he did a movie recently. He just wrapped with it's called After the Hunt, which is starring Julia Roberts and Andrew Garfield. Now, his previous two movies, Queer and Challengers, turned up in the Golden Globes nominations. Daniel Craig, who's in Queer, was nominated for Best Actor, while Zendaya is vying for Best Actress in Challengers, which is also nominated for Motion Picture Music or Comedy and Music. Now, I did hear that some people was mad recently at Austin Butler over this photo because he cut off all his hair and people are upset over it. I'm like, what's wrong with it? At first, well, he looks cute with the buzz cut. I mean, yeah, he looks, we like his long hair and stuff, but he can't go with that forever. Who knows? Maybe this buzz cut is for the character that he's about to play in this version, in Luca Guadagnino's interpretation of American Psycho. Now, I love the American Psycho movie with um oh my god, I just forgot his name that damn quick. With Christian Bale. I do wonder if he's gonna have Austin running down the hallway butt ass naked with a chainsaw. We don't know if he'll probably be doing that, but I do love the original movie. I love the book. Like I told you, I read it twice. And I'm definitely curious to see what he's gonna bring with this. Now, it would have been interesting to see Jacob Elordi play Patrick Bateman, but I guess he looked a little too much. I think maybe look wise, he gave a little similar. It was just too similar to um Christian Bale as like this Wall Street type. But when you look at Austin Butler, he does seem like he's got like when you look and he looks a little rough around the edges, especially with the buzz cut. I do feel like if they decide to remake Fight Club, he definitely would have been a good Tyler Durden. I could definitely see that. But like I said, look, I know usually when it comes to Luca Guadagnino, who's been remaking a lot of movies, a lot of his films can be hit and miss. I've heard there is mixed reviews regarding Queer. I still do want to see it. I am going to get around to seeing it. Probably not going to get to a theater, but I'm sure like in a couple of weeks, probably by the end of this damn month, it'll be on Prime Video and I can rent it. And if I like it, I'll buy it. So that'll be my way of supporting it. Because like with certain independent films and stuff, I don't want to be trying to run to movies to figure out which theater is airing it. So yeah, so I said all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Austin Butler? Because this story just came out like maybe an hour before I went live at this show, and we're already 2 hours in as I'm reporting on this. So um I'm excited to see it because I like Austin Butler. I like that his career's on the rise. You know, he's in the same playing field as I said, like a Jacob Elordi, like a Timothy Chalamet, like a oh my God, Lit from Shameless. We was talking about him yesterday, and so he's in that whole pool of actors. Jeremy Allen White. Now, names is coming to me, and all that good stuff. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. No, cool. You said what's going on here, sir? A lot. I'm streaming, talking about celebrity news and gossip. Um, you said you watching Queer tonight? Oh, what are you going to the theater to see it, or is it that? Well, I would guess you're going to the theater to see it, or unless you talking about you're gonna watch it on bootleg. Like you said, actually, I think Suspiria is his best one, but they're all. Well, I will always have a soft spot for the Dario Argento version, and I think it's because of the colors. Like I love the his play, his how he plays with the reds and the blues in his films. And it's funny because when I went to film school, that was like something that we were kind of like trained on and talked. And that was like one of the courses that I had taken in film school, where it was just like how red means death and all this other stuff, and the blue hues and things, and how I would use that in a lot of my projects, and a lot of my classmates, we would use the reds and the blues and stuff in things, and what that would mean, and how that actually influences the mood of people when they watch films. So that was like something that one of my teachers had put me on. So that's what got me into like a lot of Dario Argento's movies, because he loves like reds and blues a lot in his films. And especially in Suspiria, it was like definitely it was playing around with mood. Even though there were certain scenes in there that didn't make any sense, it was all about the mood and the atmosphere. So our critics of a happier side. So, oh, you talking about regarding Austin Butler's hair? Yeah, it was like, yeah, I don't understand that either. It was like his haircut is fine. I like him with a buzz cut, regardless of long or short. He looks good. I'm like, first of all, did y'all have a problem when he had no hair in Doom 2? I like this look in that too. He said, my ass is, oh, you driving 20 miles. Yeah, Argento. I do like Mario Bava stuff as well. Well, I do. I love giallos. I love Italian horror movies. I love giallos. I just love all that um stuff. Hell no, because I knew it'd be terrible. So yeah, I remember hearing about that they did an American Psycho with what was like a girl. I was like, no, that's about as bad as Poison Ivy 2. We didn't need a Poison Ivy 2. But anyway, okay. So let's get into the story of the hour. Let's talk about Luigi Mangione, whose attorney recently came out and is speaking. Now, there was a lot of people out here that was pulling stunts and shows. I told you at one point they had somebody that created a GoFundMe. I'm like, first of all, this boy has got enough money. He comes from money. He does not need a GoFundMe, but it was people out here pulling scams, trying to get y'all to donate money to stuff. And look, GoFundMe done shut it down. Then there was a post, something or another, that Luigi apparently was going to have some video that was going to go live, and I saw people were sharing it. It was even sent to me. They shut that down on YouTube. Apparently, it was not Luigi's page. It was somebody that was creating some type of crypto scam. Thank the Lord I didn't click on anything or whatever the case was. So they was out here. There's a lot of people out here that's trying to pull scams and things on behalf of this kid and trying to take advantage of people in these situations. So it's like, y'all need to be careful when it comes out here. I understand like everybody is like seeing him as a freedom fighter and all this other stuff, but just be careful when y'all sending y'all money. Cause if this kid comes, as they said, his background, that he comes from money and his parents is in the healthcare industry. And as I was saying earlier, regardless of whether or not he comes from money or that his family does have a healthcare background and stuff, even if you in the healthcare silo, regardless of whether you have money or you're rich or poor, we are all in this together in regards of being affected by the scamations that's going on regarding our shitty healthcare system. So I just want to get that out of the way. Now, in regards to this situation of Luigi, because I did show y'all the video yesterday of him being carted off into for him, I guess, for his hearing or whatever, and they were pushing him and holding him by his neck and all that. I said, y'all should not be roughhousing that boy, especially when he's got a series of back pain and dealing with a lot of stuff where they show like the x-ray and everything. So it's like, be careful in regards to all of that. Well, but I guess, the people that's in the law enforcement system, they don't give a damn. They're just so happy that they're in this moment and that they getting they just happy that they got their job was done for them. Thanks to whoever them snitching ass bitches over there at McDonald's. And I'm glad that y'all review bombed that mess. Hopefully it gets shut down. But then again, some people be out of a job. But guess what? I don't give a good goddamn, because y'all should have minded the business that pays you. But then again, if you're with them not minding the business that pays them, they run around here working minimum wage jobs in McDonald's. So I feel like y'all need to be pissed off at the CEOs of McDonald's and the government officials like that Zionist over there, Josh Shapiro, for not raising y'all minimum wage and paying y'all a fair amount. Then you out here snitching for a reward that allegedly, word on the street is, y'all not gonna get because y'all called the wrong damn thing. Y'all called 911 instead of 977 tips. They said Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers is not 911 if y'all was actually paying attention to the people that was saying that what y'all need to be calling. So Thomas Dickey, the attorney representing Luigi Mangione, said his client appreciates the support he has gotten from members of the public who want to back his legal defense. Dickey told CNN's Caitlin Collins on Tuesday that his client will unlikely accept the financial support. Now, Luigi Mangione's lawyer has said that he's not aware of any evidence that links the 26-year-old suspect killer to the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He also recently appeared on Good Morning America on Wednesday, December 11th, and Mangione's defense attorney was asked by co-host George Stephanopoulos if he stands by his statement that he sees zero evidence trying Mangione to the murder. Yes, I'm going to keep saying it like, hello, it's me, Mario. Now, I do have that clip, courtesy of the Twitter, because I was like, oh, no, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to share my damn screen. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the Good Morning America clip so that way y'all can watch that courtesy of the Twitter and look. And then we'll play the clip so y'all can hear it if y'all have not. Please hold.
And Luigi Mangione's defense attorney, Thomas Dickey. Mr. Dickey, thank you for joining us this morning. Are you standing by that statement that you've seen zero evidence tying Mangione to the murder?
That's correct. We had a brief hearing yesterday. And there was one document, an arrest warrant from the state of New York, which merely referenced a statute. We've seen no evidence. That's one of the many reasons why we're challenging the extradition at this point, so we can see some evidence and get a little more detailed information about the charges against Luigi.
What about the gun? What about the writings?
Well, as I indicated yesterday, I have not been made aware of any evidence that links the gun that was found on his person to this to the crime. These are things that we're looking to see. And yesterday was fast a day. Today's another day. We're looking forward to beginning our inquiry as to what evidence may or may not be out there.
Gun looks exactly the same as the one that was used.
Well, I mean, a lot of guns look the same. I mean, if you brought a gun in and say, well, it looks like that, I don't even know if that evidence would be admissible. And if so, I would argue that it wouldn't be given much weight. That's why they do ballistic tests, ballistics examination, a test of all that to try to match that. Trust me, they're going to try to match that firearm to the incident by more than just, well, it looks like that.
What about the writings? These parasites had it coming, talking about the healthcare industry, corruption, and greed. That is all evidence, isn't it?
Well, I mean, certainly it could be. I haven't seen any of that yet. One of the rules of evidence is there's a rule of completeness. So you have to take any writing or any document in its entirety, because some things can be taken out of context. So again, these are exactly the things that I'm looking to get my hands on. I'm hoping that we can get that maybe even as early as today. Again, I really can't comment on something that I haven't seen in its totality.
How about the fake ID, same one used at the hostel?
Well, again, whether or not that's matched that, these are things I need to find out. I need to examine things. People put out certain things and parts of the different things, but I think any lawyer involved in this situation would want to see it all.
Did Mangione tell you he didn't do it?
I would never reveal any conversation between my client. That would not be proper. There's an attorney-client privilege, and I cannot and would not ever comment on that.
And yeah, that was the end of it. And I'm like, George, I love you, but nice try. You tried it. Like, you really think he was going to get up in there and tell him their conversation? Did he tell you he did it? So that way you get the exclusive and then he get thrown in jail and that's used against him in the court of law. Like, you ain't that slick, sir. I still like you, but you ain't slick. So they said people revealed, now people previously reported that a lawyer for Mangione told a judge on December 10th that he will contest a pending extradition to New York to face the murder charge against him. They said the Blair County Courthouse confirmed to people that Mangione was denied bail on Tuesday by Judge David Consiglio and will remain in custody in Pennsylvania as he fights attempts by New York prosecutors to bring him to Manhattan so he could face a second-degree murder charge. Now, Stephanopoulos then asked Dickie about the ghost gun. As we already talked about that, we don't need to go through that because you already heard it. And then now they also said that a law enforcement source, told people that police found a manifesto that Mangione had allegedly written, rallied against the healthcare industry, running that Thompson's killing had to be done, and that frankly these parasites had it coming. Now we do have that manifesto, by the way, because that was something that yesterday it was sent to me that there was the manifesto. Apparently, it was not the real manifesto. Hold on. I'm going to, and as I read that to y'all, because I was like, we need to clarify some things. So yeah, the manifesto that I had read yesterday apparently was a fake. And I saw that it was going around for a lot of people, but I actually have the real one because I had happened to watch a pundit that I watched over on YouTube by the name of Kyle Kalinske, who had the actual manifesto. I forgot the guy who actually had posted it, so I apologize to the actual source of it. But the manifesto is the following. So they said, to the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect that what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial, some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in that expectancy. United is the unreadable largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no, the reality is these unreadable have, oh wait, they said the reality is these, and they were talking about unreadable because I guess there was something he wrote and it's unreadable, have simply gotten too powerful and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g., Rosenthal Moore, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty. And so that's why I think the overall argument should be in is the fact that, yeah, the American public has allowed people to get away with being raped, their wallets to be raped by and I'm using the word, I don't give a damn. It's not going to be no R word. Yes, because the brutal word we can use, y'all are raping our wallets in regards of in regards to the healthcare system. It's a joke and it's a damn sham. While the 1% run around on their little yachts and in their mansions and got blood on their hands in regards to the hundreds of thousands of people who have died at the hands of these people who keep denying them the help that they need, especially when they bought into these healthcare systems that don't give a damn whether or not these people live or die. And I do agree with it because I feel like I'm in the same way about it too. It's like, yeah, I don't sit and pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument regarding this. But I think like in layman terms, we can all agree that our healthcare system in America is shit. And the fact that there have been so many people who have been burned and possibly have gone bankrupt because they can't afford the extraneous payments that go into situations regarding their healthcare. Like, why is it that I'm getting surgery on something and it's costing me like $25,000, and then it's like the interest adds up and stuff, and it's like these people can't afford it, but I have to go and take this risk because I have to go get this surgery because I could die. And then when you perform this procedure, I come out worse 9 times out of 10. Some people come out worse than they went in. Or you have situations where it's like when we were talking about James Vanderbeek having to basically sell memorabilia from oh my god, I forgot the damn football movie that he was in. Varsity Blues. He had to sell merch from Varsity Blues in order to pay for his cancer treatment. Why is it that even famous people who y'all think are loaded with money are affected? So the bottom line is, rich or poor, we're all in this situation. We're all in the same boat. The problem is United Healthcare. They're the enemy. That's what we should be going in on. So yeah, I wanted to give y'all the manifesto and all that other stuff, so that way I wanted to clarify from yesterday, because that wasn't the actual manifesto. Now I'm sure there's somebody out there who that manifesto is about them, where their mother was going through excruciating pain, and then the son is dealing with it too. I'm sure that is somebody's life literally on that page, apparently, but apparently or unfortunately, it's not Luigi's. So now I guess in this part, we'll just have to continue to wait and see what happens regards of this case. I am definitely going to keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. Well, I think the interview with George Stephanopoulos was enough, because I did see this clip on the Neighborhood Talk where they basically saying that Tom Dickey claimed that he has seen zero evidence that suggests his client is guilty of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He also claimed that the client should have received bail, but they probably feel like if he receives bail that he's going to run. But I should remind you all that, yes, Mangione has been charged with 1 count of murder, 2 counts of second-degree criminal possession of a weapon, 1 count of second-degree possession of a forged document, and 1 count of third-degree criminal possession of a firearm. And this is according to People. I won't say magazine because it's the internet. Now, so yeah, that's all we have on that right now. And as I said before, I will keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. So I say all this to say to you guys, what do you think of this story regarding the latest on Luigi? I will say this, I'm kind of getting annoyed with the memes and stuff. It's getting old, especially where I'm seeing people now doing the latest memes regarding Luigi is people are pretending to be his alibi. So they're photoshopping themselves in pictures, or photoshopping him in pictures with them and saying that he was here at this time at this date. On when they said the murder occurred. So that's the latest meme. I guess the gays have moved past wanting him to stretch they bussies out and all this other stuff. Now we're moving into alibi stuff. And it's like, okay, it was cute in the beginning. Now it's getting a little old. Now I feel like we need to just take this thing seriously. And hopefully, well, I think like, you know what, sir, take this to trial. Your Luigi's attorney, take it to trial. Like I said, it's going to be hard for them to try to find someone who hasn't been affected by our crappy healthcare system, because I feel like that other guy, the one that got off just now, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the white dude that strangled the homeless guy on the train because he was wilding out, he was acquitted. So I feel like let's get Luigi in the same situation. Free Luigi is what I'll say. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And the MK Ultra that hot. His family has connections to the Pelosi's, and the CEO is about to testify to Congress later this year. Child, you know there's always some kind of weird connection with somebody. I even saw Here's Why with Kevin trying to say that, trying to equate, and I'm like, okay, girl. Like, you must really need a chiropractor for that reach you just did over in your channel. We're trying to say that there's a possibility that Luigi might be related to Donald Trump. I was like, really, Queen? So you said Nancy Pelosi allegedly engaged in some insider trading of United Healthcare shares. Look, I would not put nothing past any of these Democrats and Republicans being bought and paid off by millionaires and billionaires. That has been the overall argument that a lot of us have had, but they need to detach themselves from a lot of these billionaire donors. There are a lot of politicians out here who literally, like the guy, I forgot, Marinair's son, can't remember his name, but he's running for mayor of New York, and he's not using donors and all this other stuff. Quiet as it's kept, even though Donald Trump had a lot of billionaires attached to him, his campaign was way less than what Kamala Harris was out here doing with hers. So I feel like these politicians need to detach themselves from these billionaires, but they won't. And I feel like, you know what, Democrats have the opportunity to run on universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it, but they keep backpedaling on it. Oh, 1 minute they say that they are, then they backpedal, and then they don't want to do it. And this is why nobody trusts either side. But it's like, y'all keep thinking that we need a two-party system. We need to get out of that. We need to remove ourselves from this two-party system situation because neither side is working. Quiet as it's kept. And I feel like a lot more people need to wake up and understand how politics work. I think slowly but surely people are. And I feel like, well, maybe once you know who gets into office, 47, if y'all don't wake up and unplug from the matrix regarding that, I don't know what to tell you. You said that Luigi's parents' father, well, they did say that he kind of fell off the grid for a while too. So he probably been going through some stuff. I did hear something regarding that his friends and family and stuff said that he was kind of like disassociating himself a little bit. Sailor Mermaid said, free him. So awesome Butler to start. Yeah. Oh, I think you're responding. Oh, you said, oh, I think you were trying to. I was like, wait, I just talked about that. And he goes, oh, oops, oops, it was right. Yeah, I just did that story before Luigi. To the feds, I'll keep it short because I do respect what you do for the country. This sounds like it was born from the pen of an. Okay, you said people lose everything over the broken healthcare system, then they end up on the street, and people like Daniel Penny can murder them for. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was like, look, if y'all can release Daniel Penny, so if you in a way that is a great connection. When you're talking about Daniel Penny can murder them for the reason they get acquitted. And it's like, yeah, you have a broken healthcare system. Mental health is a huge issue. Everybody's talking about the opioid crisis and you know, people getting addicted to damn, I can't remember think of like prescription medication is the word I was looking for. So people getting addicted to opioids and all kinds of stuff, but we do have a huge crisis. But and in our healthcare system, is like, yeah, when it comes to mental health, people can't even afford to go to a mental health specialist. People can't afford their prescription medications, that sort of thing, because they're being priced out. And then they end up homeless on the street or whatever the case is, or due to bankruptcy, and yeah, because they can't afford to take their medicine, or their medicine makes them feel a certain way. And then it's like they're on the street, and then yeah, you get a Daniel Penny who wants to come in and be judge, jury, and damn executioner. And y'all talking about, oh, well, now clearly a black life don't matter, but y'all give a damn about a CEO of a company that is at the root of all of this situation. So people need to just follow the situation and really have the conversation, which you're not going to get from the CNNs and the MSNBCs, but I'm glad that we're having it here. So I do agree with that it's like, yeah, we get a Daniel Penny that can get away with murder of someone who is a victim due to the circumstance that they're in. That it could be that whatever their dire situation is, because they said the guy had mental health issues that he ended up strangling. It is not your place to go up in here and put somebody in a damn headlock on a damn subway. You're not equipped to be doing that. Quiet as it's kept. The cops that be running around all over New York City where they just be standing on their damn phone all freaking day and not doing a job. I mean, there should be something in regards of the police having to take a class regarding how do you deal with situations of people with mental health issues, because y'all be calling them to deal with that. And a lot of times we be hearing stories about how they taking the lives of people who have mental problems. How do you deal with that sort of thing? So there should be a psychology class, that they're taking. And not just, can you fire a gun at a piece of paper and actually aim correctly? You said, believe it or not, I almost had a career in the medical field, but it wasn't for me. I was almost a CNA, but it just wasn't my passion. Or also the medical field. I don't particularly. I worked in the medical field at one point. I hated it. And you said, and yeah, it's good money, but it wasn't worth the stress. SAG-AFTRA union members are selling the union over their health. Well, SAG-AFTRA is a joke too. So the amount of money that they make you pay to like even initiate yourself into your dues is ridiculous. Like, where are they even coming up with that damn money? The amount of money you have to pay to even get into your dues, and then you have to pay a certain amount of dues a month. That's a good question. You said with these PDF allegations going against Jay-Z right now, do you think he allows Kendrick to do the Not Like Us song? Well, I don't even think that's what Jay-Z need to be worrying about. Jay-Z need to be worrying about if he actually going to still be able to hold on to working as the person that's, dealing with hiring the artist to perform at the Super Bowl halftime. Because and I think that's why he did what he did in regards of filing all that stuff and really going scorched earth on the attorney rather than really addressing the person that's accusing him of the abuse, because you got to choose your words carefully. So it does make me wonder if he will play that song, if he will perform that song. I hope he does. But at the same time, it's just like, yeah, because in this day and age, it's always guilty until proven innocent. It's the court of public opinion versus the court. That it seems like everybody make up their mind and everybody reacts to what the court of public opinion is, and then they start taking away jobs. We've seen this happen already with a lot of people. Oh, well, he's been accused of abuse. He's been accused of this, that, and the third. So now we got to we got to fire them. Even though it's like, but damn, I didn't even go deal with the trial yet. I haven't even been convicted. But y'all be so quick to worry about what people on social media are saying and the reaction rather than dealing with it in the way it needs to be dealt with in the court of law. So, well, no, it's only a matter of time. It's like, well, damn, are they going to take away that from Jay-Z and then 50 Cent swoop in and be the new CEO of the, coming up with who gets to perform at Super Bowl halftime? Which I actually would think that would be an interesting take to see, like, what would 50 Cent do and who he would hire. But he gets in so many beefs with so many people. It's gonna be like, well, damn, who gonna want to because he's so damn petty. Hey, Nicki, Nicki Minaj petty. So, who would want to be able to? Who could he get to perform? Because he gets into so many beefs with so many damn people. As I said, suing the union to get a better health care. Look, at this point, it seems like SAG-AFTRA and the celebrities, actors, whatever, they keep getting into it with their union, especially when they had to have that strike. Daniel got away with it because the judge was very conservative and jury was too. New York is definitely is getting conservative. I mean, I told people that we almost went Republican. We almost went red with this year, especially voting for Trump. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But I think it's because a lot of the Long Island and the Staten Island started turning out. And I even think that people in Queens and in certain areas are becoming more and more conservative. People have said Jay should have stayed home and just let Beyonce do a date night with their daughter, saying his presence overshadowed the celebration. And you want to know something? The body language is even a mess too. But look, he's feels in his gut that I ain't do nothing wrong, so I ain't running. That's basically his attitude at this point. But sir, we'll see. Now, speaking of Jay-Z, let's get into him. So, apparently, wait, which one? Oh, okay. Let's get into him and Foxy Brown, who allegedly he already got in when she was 15. But so now they're saying that Jay-Z's ex-protege, Foxy Brown, made a series of cryptic posts after, the other day when the rapper was accused of S-ing a 13-year-old, which is the person that's accusing him at the time was a year older than his daughter, Blue Ivy, who was 12. Because I was wondering how old she was, but apparently she's still 12 years old. So shout out to OK Magazine and the Daily Mail for this, because I had to combine both of their stories because they had all the juicy tea. So I just combined all their information into this one story. So the Get Me Home singer took to Instagram with a cryptic message on Monday, December 9th, just one day after Jay-Z was accused of R-wording a 13-year-old girl during the MTV VMAs after party in 2000 alongside his longtime friend, Sean the Diddler Combs. Now, Jay-Z's former protege posted the words "wow" and "wait" in white text over black screens in two separate Instagram stories on Monday, with the second word featuring a shocked face emoji next to it. She also uploaded a third all-black post with one single cold face emoji in the center. Now, since I'm sitting here describing it, this was what she posted. Which I'm like, girl, what are you even saying? Like, I'm confused. It's like, are you saying, is the cold face emoji like, is that the emoji version of yikes? Because I feel like that's kind of like, and then she put hugging my stories. Wendy would never. Wendy who? You talking about Wendy Williams? Because yes, the fuck she would. She doing. Wendy would definitely talk about this. It's about Wendy would never. I guess you don't know Wendy, honey, and she has interviewed you quite a few times. So I don't know how you sit up here saying that Wendy would never. But anyway, so now Brown, whose real name is Inga DiCarlo Fung Machon, first started working with the Roc Nation founder, born Sean Corey Carter, not all the governments up in here, in 1996, when he helped the aspiring female rapper released her debut album, Il Na Na. And allegedly, according to the reports, he was able to get up in her Il Na Na when she was 15. Now, the record featured a collaboration between the two, I'll Be, which was dropped which used a sample of the song I'll Be Good, which was dropped as the album's second single in 1997. Now, back in October, Brown responded to rumors that she and Jay-Z allegedly engaged in a sexual relationship while she was underage, appearing to deny the claims and insisting she never signed an NDA. Fans wrote, "Give it up, Delicious. We know he paying you off." Not Delicious. I said, y'all calling her Delicious from Flavor of Love? And then they said, Jay probably paying Foxy so she'll never turn on him. Another person said, "Isn't she under an NDA? Because I remember when she said once it was over, she had a lot to say." Another person said, "Foxy Brown, baby, win that NDA up." Another person said, "I expect Foxy Brown to weigh in some way, shape, or form. Her NDA still up. Doesn't it expire this year?" Now, Jay and Foxy collaborated again in 1995 on the song Bonnie and Clyde Part 2, which featured on her multi-platinum album, China Doll. And I think after China Doll, she kind of vanished. Because she did put out some other stuff, but then it was like after China Doll, she kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth. Now, in 2013, the musician denied reports that she referred to Jay as a tranny chaser. Look, this is what they wrote. Don't come after me, trans people. So they said that she referred to Jay-Z as a tranny chaser and is threatening legal action. Now, Brown's cryptic series of posts occurred on the same day as Jay-Z filed to dismiss the R-word lawsuit against him, which was initially submitted in October against Combs and two unidentified celebrities, but were refiled on Sunday, December 8th, to specifically reveal the Empire State of Mind hitmaker's name. Now, it also said it had been reported at the time, that Foxy attended a baby shower where she started questioning the rapper's sexuality and claimed she lost her virginity to him when she was 15 and he was 27. But Foxy slammed those claims, saying the atrociousness of the story sickened me to my stomach. Any and everyone involved will be contacted by my attorney. She added, "In all my years in the music industry, these are the most disgusting and disrespectful allegations I've ever experienced. This fictitious story with no audio, visual, or written interview clearly was concocted with malicious intent. Jay has only been wonderful to me and my family, a great friend throughout all the years I've known him, and we had nothing but great access as a team. Or great success, I should say. Now, Beyonce, his wife, has always been gracious and sweet to me. I will not let any undercover hater create discord and disrespect my name and reputation." I was like, wait a minute. Where'd I go? Because I just hit the wrong button. Oh, I got it. Now, in October 2024, she posted a screenshot of a Twitter post claiming Jay made her sign an NDA and branded it fake news. She also wrote, an icon business missed me with that fake news. NDA ? Ain't a MF alive, cause stop my story. NDA on my ish gonna run 100 mil. They also said, stop playing with my name, dying for a comment, can't spin me with the sucker ish to take Hove down. Better ask about the cloth I'm cut from. Comprehension is a lost art. Y'all want to be anti-Hove so bad, FOH, post that. Now, rumors about Jay-Z and Fox's relationship ignited when Nas mentioned the pair on a 2001 diss track, Ether, a response to Jay-Z's track, Takeover, saying, "Foxy got you hot because you kept your face in her pussy. What you think you getting girls now because of your looks?" And they also said Jaden has denied the attack of the victim claims that took place at the after party, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So you already know all of that. And they also said this is making Jay the first celebrity to be named alongside the Diddler in one of the myriad lawsuits filed against Combs. And I should also say that both have denied the allegations. And I want to show y'all a picture for a second, but we're going to get into that photo again because when I got to talk about Blue Ivy in the next story. So, Now, but then also you already know like the whole drama surrounding Tony Busby, who is representing more than 150 alleged victims of Combs. And Jay warned the renowned lawyer to stop messing with him in a lengthy statement shared on Instagram on Sunday evening, saying, "You have made a terrible error in judgment, thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your moral world. I'm a young man who made it out of the projects of Brooklyn." Well, Jay, you're like in your mid-50s. You are not a young man, and you made it out of Brooklyn over 3 decades ago. So it's time for you to kind of come out of that little bubble that you living in the past. I know we're all about the nostalgia, but sir, you ain't lived that life for about 3 decades. So stop it. But I get it. And now you with the threats, I don't understand why you posting this all on social media. I feel like the only thing that you should have been doing is having your lawyers handle it, say that this is an egregious allegation that I do not agree with, and I'm gonna let my lawyers handle it and now I let them do what they do. You don't need to jump up in here and try to play like you Mr. Big Bro braggadocious, like I'm a gangster. I understand that this is the game that y'all like to play because of the hustler lifestyle you came up in the hood, and now you graduated into the new type of hustle, which is the music business. And a lot of goons and a lot of people that live that life apparently graduate into the music industry because we have a lot of those Tony Soprano wannabe types up in this situation. So I get it. But let the lawyers do what they do. You know, your white lawyers, because everybody knows when you get with the white lawyers, they're going to handle what needs to be handled because you got the coin to be able to have them handle the way they need to handle it. And then, like I said before, I do agree that the only thing that I'm still upset about and I feel for is Blue Ivy, Rumi, and Sir, who have to endure all this. Now, maybe if Beyonce know where the bodies is buried, she ain't getting off on this one. But because I know she can't be sitting out here being just clueless as to what was going on. Act like, oh, I didn't know any of these things that was going on. And didn't partake in some of the shady business shenanigans that Jay-Z was helping usher her in while other people had to suffer. We've heard the stories regarding Kerry Hilson and some of the other people in the past, and A. Marie, and all the other things that Beyonce has dealt with within the business endeavors. Now, in regards of him with the sexual allegations, we just gonna let the people do what they do. But I did come across this video. Let me see if I can find it because I had put it somewhere. Oh, there was this I was going to use it towards the Jennifer Lopez being caught up in the scandal, but I was like, you want to know something? I'm going to pull it into this one because it'll make it interesting with the thing. Now, I came across a video. There was one that says this. Now, it was talking about breaking down Jay-Z's PR strategy in his statement denying allegations, saying, challenging the accuser. Jay doesn't flat out say the accuser is lying, but he tries to poke holes in the credibility of Busby's motives when he says, whomever would commit such a crime against a minor would be locked away. Would you not agree? He's hyping the drama without mentioning the fact that this isn't even a criminal case. The then adds, my heart, because I said the ads, I think they meant then adds, my heart and support go out to the true victims in the world, which suggests that this particular accuser doesn't make the cut. It's a crafty move that shifts the spotlight away from the actual claims and shines it on what he sees as the shady reason behind the lawsuit. Then he said, humanizing himself, Jay-Z leaned on a classic PR tactic by bringing his family into the conversation. He mentions his wife Beyonce and their children Blue Ivy, Rumi, and Sir, likely hoping her star power would add a protective layer. However, this move didn't land perfectly. Social media users were quick to point out the irony, referencing Lemonade, Beyonce's album that famously addressed Jay-Z admitted infidelity and put their private struggles on public display. So yeah, it looked like that Lemonade might come back to bite him in the ass. Now they said number 5, playing the victim. Jay-Z positions himself as a real victim in this statement, attempting to separate himself from the typical celebrity stereotype by emphasizing his roots. He describes himself as a young man who made it out of the projects in Brooklyn, adding, we don't play these type of games. We have very strict codes and honor. At 56 years old with a net worth of $2.5 billion, those lines fell out of sync with reality. Still, they clearly meant to evoke his scrappy, street smart beginnings. And yeah, that part backfired. That's why they was like, Jay, I don't know why you jumping into the situation. You should have left well alone and let them people, your aka your lawyers, handle the situation. Now, I did also come across this video where an attorney broke down the Jay-Z case. And so let me play that for y'all, and then we can wrap this up. Please hold.
Yeah, I don't know what Sean Carter's doing here. It makes no sense to me. Sean Carter, i.e. Jay-Z, gets named now as the main defendant in a rape case out of New York by trial attorney Tony Busby. We're seeing Sean Carter come out now and defend himself online, putting out statements. The thing that pops up is not immediately innocence and guilt. It's how did it get this far? Carter starts attacking Tony Busby, saying, hey, he sent me a demand letter and he's trying to extort me. Well, newsflash, and Jay-Z's people know this, that every lawsuit starts with a demand letter. Everybody gets put on notice that they have a claim and gives them an opportunity to resolve. Now, if you believe in your innocence, that's fine. But here, what does innocence have to do with this? He has too much exposure going forward. These are heinous allegations. He even says it himself. Now you're getting tied to Sean Combs, who's indicted and standing trial for racketeering and extortion cases, just horrific stuff, RICO violations. And now Carter's brand is being brought into this, is being alleged that he raped a 13-year-old. I hear you. I understand the defenses if you're Sean Carter. Hey, 24 years ago, you have an anonymous source, an anonymous victim. It looks like it's just a shakedown by an ambulance attorney. Well, look at it on the other side. Do you really think Tony Busby, who's a powerhouse trial attorney out of Houston, Texas, who's taken down monster verdicts and literally just got appointed by the attorney general to take on investment firms on behalf of Texas, moves forward on a lawsuit if it's a bluff? It just doesn't make sense to me. You got to believe that Busby would say, hey, look, I'm not going to allow this case to come down to a he said, she said. Busby knows that the anonymous victim is going to have to be disclosed. They know this anonymous victim is going to have to take depositions. So there has to be more evidence. A bluff would be, hey, I sent you a demand letter saying that we believe you caused these injuries to my client. We're asking for this much money. You say no, and nothing happens. Busby didn't do that. He called his bluff and he took it public. And in fact, he went as far as to say, you know what, we're amending the complaint where we had you as celebrity A that was watching the rape, but now we have enough evidence to believe you were the one who actually committed the rape. Now, John Carter's team will attack that and they're going to say, you didn't even know what you were doing. But my point is, this can't be a bluff. And my point is, I don't understand what Jay-Z is doing coming out in the public. He's putting out these statements that Busby's going to use against him. Literally, Carter is saying he represents the heinous nature, he understands it, and that it rises to the level that it's so bad because it's rape that it should be a criminal prosecution. I could think of nothing better as a trial attorney to use those words against the defendant in a deposition. Remember, you're in the civil context. Busby's going to be able to depose everybody. He's going to be able to get to Combs. He's going to be able to get to Carter. He's going to be able to get to witnesses. They're talking about limousine drivers. Now, yes, there may be a victim issue, but at the end of the day, everybody says, hey, this was 24 years ago. Yeah, let me know how that turned out for a Bill Cosby. At the end of the day, I don't understand why Carter's people are letting him get out there and plead this innocence. I get it from a position that you want to get out in front of the jury. You want to claim your innocence. I just think that they're messing up with the wrong tactic by trying to attack the trial lawyer, because this is not a shakedown of Vontae's situation. This is a real heavyweight lawyer that knows what he's doing. And Sean Carter better be real careful.
Okay, so there you have it. All about the he said, she said bullshit. But anyway, I don't know, that Limp Bizkit song just popped in my head. But anyway, so I say all this to say there you have it. Like I said, I will keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops. I wanted to bring some attorney type of stuff in here because I ain't gonna try to act like I'm a lawyer. I mean, if I was an actor, I would play one on TV. But just giving you a little nuance in regards of like the case and breaking down his little statement that he put in. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this case and what Foxy Brown had to say? And like I said, I will keep you abreast as it develops. So, which I already know this ain't going nowhere no time soon. And I did see earlier that Beyonce did drop. I feel like they're trying to find so many ways to distract us from all this stuff. Sis, I love you, but it's not working. She revealed a promo video of the Super Bowl not Super Bowl, the halftime performance that she's going to be doing on Christmas. I did see that video. I was like, okay, whatever. It was giving it wasn't giving Alyssa Edwards Annie Oakley from All Stars, where she was like pow pow with the gun finger thing and the smoke coming out. So I was like, okay, I don't feel no ways about it. We'll watch your performance, but I already know they're gonna usher you in and usher you out. You're gonna be avoiding the press like you did when you was out there performing on the red carpet alongside Blue and Jay during the Mufasa premiere, where it was like they got on the red carpet, took the pictures, and then they skedaddled. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now we have questions. Oh, so Robert says that people have said Jay should have stayed home and just let Beyonce. Oh, I think I read that one already. Well, yeah, he should have stayed home. And he was like, "You think Kim would be called to witness?" Well, you talking about Kim, Lil Kim? Well, I mean, quiet as is Kim, I would not be surprised she know where the bodies is buried. I'm sorry, but Jay needs to clip them. That's what I was saying too. But he was going around saying, "Oh, my family like it." Well, your family need their eyes checked because the hair is not working. You with the whole looking like a Jean-Michel Basquiat reject. It's like it's not working. The hair look crazy. No shade, but I would rather he just go back to having a fade. But them little three locks up there, I don't know who hair with the locks is worse, his or Lil Wayne. But yeah, it look a mess. And you can't, and I don't understand how you a billionaire and your hair be looking like that. Like you said, last night I dreamt Jay-Z was, he do give lesbian tease. That's when I came up in here and said Beyonce. I was like, you was a mess with that one. And they said, yeah, but he got her under mind control. You know what? A lot of people been saying that, yeah, she is hypnotized. And no shade, but only one. Well, let me channel it, Funky Dineva. Me, no, I'm just playing. Or do y'all be feeling like, um, do it look like Beyonce is like a shell of herself? Like it don't feel like she's present. Whenever I see her, she always look like spaced out. Like okay, like like she's been drugged. Like it's giving Britney Spears tease in regards of like her being present on set. I'm like, is she? Hey girl, how you doing? Like it's giving that. Like I wanna do that to her sometimes. So it do look like maybe she is under mind control. You said the best thing about Hannibal is that she won't think twice about breaking the law. And you said describing himself as that's what I said. I'm like, young man, child, you need to get your eyes checked. It's like, and it ain't nothing worse than a bill. See, this is the thing. And I remember somebody actually recently did a video about celebrities trying to be relatable. I really feel like we in this time of like everybody side eyeing y'all. And they had like Jennifer Lopez with talking about her orange drink and her little, that little thing that she said that she ate when she was from New York. I'm like, girl, first of all, me being born and raised in New York, we don't even do the order you talking about. Talking about an orange drink. I'm like, them little ass orange drinks, ain't nobody drank them things in like 30 years. You sitting up here talking about an orange drink. The only orange drink I know would be Sunny Delight or the orange soda. Now we do those if you live in the hood. The hood is not really the hood no more. Now it's kind of been gentrified in New York. So when she was talking about her order, I'm like, it's about a ham and cheese on a roll. I'm like, sis, first of all, everybody knows, like the thing we always do is sausage, egg, and cheese on a roll, or usually I do a sausage, egg, and cheese on a hero, or I do steak, egg, and cheese, or you do like or like well, I don't understand when we do the Chinese restaurant order, I never understand why everybody do fried chicken wings. I'm like, y'all don't be ordering nothing else. I either do um beef and broccoli, or I do my sausage, I mean not sausage, egg, and cheese, what the hell am I doing? I'm still on breakfast. Or I do the boneless spare rib tips with pork fried rice, and I'll do the combination platter, which is when you'll also get an egg roll. So I'd be like, what is she talking about? Like, girl, you trying to be so damn relatable. I'm talking about, oh, I used to do my hair like this and running around the streets of the Bronx. Girl, you wasn't running down no damn block. Guadalupe and David kept your ass in the house. He said Jay-Z put himself in hot water. And that's why I said, in the words of Whoopi Goldberg to Nutmeg McCain, girl, please stop talking. Like, you need to stop running off with your damn mouth because the more you talk, the more guilty you sound. Now, two things can be true at the same time. Like, look, now the stories about him allegedly getting with young girls and the timeline is a little sketchier when him and Beyonce actually met versus when they actually hunched. And that is still up for debate. As quiet as it's kept, some people feel like Beyonce been lying about her damn age and is actually starting to admit her actual age. Because that was always the rumors too. So with the whole timeline and all that other stuff, it's sort of like, yeah, some people looking at your past and all this other stuff, and it's like, yeah, maybe he was hooking up with young girls back then. It wasn't frowned upon and during my generation when we was growing up. Now it would be. But that doesn't mean that he necessarily SA'd a girl. They have to prove that in court. So we'll just wait and see. So yeah, she just be zoned out all the time, and I know it's because It's like, girl, leave that man. But I guess maybe what it is that their business endeavors is so tied up in each other, and maybe it was that he did have a hand in boosting her career, and she was the protege that Foxy Brown and so many others that he tried to mentor coming up. She became that. She was willing to play that game and do what she had to do to become the solo star that she is today. And you know what? Kudos to Beyonce for all the hard work and the sacrifice and all those things. But if Jay is problematic, girl, you need to leave him. Because, and you know what? Maybe the day that when it'll finally happen is when they lock his ass up, because he can't have that control. And you said Beyonce and Britney are both Libra risings, always trying to keep up the perfect, beautiful image on the outside while suffering on the inside. I need to check my chart and see if I'm a damn Libra rising. I hope not. Because I told you Beyonce and I are close in age. I told her I'm 2 days older than her. September 2nd, she's September 4th. Not Orange Delola. He said these orange drinks would stain your inside. That's why I was like, can never drink them drinks. I always avoid those artificially flavored juices. Because I do feel like your insides is on fire with all that fake, nasty, disgusting sugar. Bacon, egg, and cheese. Or instead, yes, it is. I would live for a bacon, egg, and cheese. Or I usually do sausage. But yeah, I'll do like a bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll. I'll do a sausage, egg, and cheese on a hero. Or sometimes if I want to do the platter, I'll do the French toast. But sometimes they don't be giving me my life with the French toast, so I don't really be eating it. You said that, yes, but that's most celebrities having to maintain it. Yeah, because that's unfortunately the environment they're in, so they have to kind of keep up that whole facade. Even on the inside, they're not happy. I believe Jay slept with teenage girls. Remember, in the 80s, Puerto Ricans and West Indian girls were getting knocked up by older. Uh-huh. He said sleeping with a 13-year-old was never normal. No, it wasn't, but it just seems like don't tell me you be out here doing charts and things. All right, Oda Mae Brown. He said makes you nostalgic for when he had affairs with grown women like Rachel Roy, the wholesome adultery there. Oh, he was a hot mess, and allegedly he was out here sleeping with Aaliyah too, which is why him and I think Dame Dash still are beefing. Not still beefing, they still are beefing. Allegedly. You're not gonna put my Wendy Williams allegedly in every damn thing. And you said most of these bodegas are owned by yeah. They do pork bacon. Because they may be owned by the Muslims, but they're not the one frying the food. Because I remember when I lived in Harlem, there was a Mexican guy that was always frying up the bacon, like always making the food. And then so it's funny how they have the Muslims are the ones that's owning they call them delis now, but they'll always be a bodega to me. But the people that they have cooking the food are Latinos and Latinas, because the deli that I go to now is women that be back there cooking. So there might be some pork bacon back there, but I know they do I don't be doing the bacon. I be doing the sausage, but I know they be doing bacon. Because, when you're around a bunch of black folk, you tell them no pork bacon, they're going to go in and fight you on that. And you say, yeah, I posted a relatable video of I was watching that. It was like, these celebrities lack relatability. They be trying so damn hard between Jennifer Lopez and Katy Perry and all them, and y'all just be looking like Boo Boo the damn fool. Oh, so you was the one that was doing the whole Beyonce. Your orange crush is gross. You said the dude sleeping with Cher. Well, look, she's what, 78 and he's 38, so they of age. I was like, yeah, orange crush is gross. And you said, how on earth could a straight young man leave Amber Rose for almost 8? Well, child, have you seen have you heard Amber Rose talk? I'll leave her some old granny puss too. That dumb bitch. So anyway, what's the next story? Okay, so let's talk about Miss Blue Ivy. So apparently Christina Milian has come to Blue Ivy's defense because apparently Blue Ivy has received some on-air backlash regarding her red carpet Kristen Siriano gown that she wore for the premiere of Mufasa. Well, I already told y'all, I thought Blue Ivy looked really pretty. And I didn't see a problem with her outfit. Quiet as it's kept. If I had a child her age, and I did raise a child, I had my goddaughter, I raised her until she was old enough. And then If she had, if she was going to like a prom or she was going to like a school dance or whatever the case was, even if she was 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, whatever, I would put her in this gown. First of all, she looked pretty in the look, in the outfit, but people, I felt, and I didn't even look at it in a way of, well, she's 12. She should be having a push-up bra and her boobs. I'm like, why are y'all looking at this child in a sexual way? Now I'm a side-eye some of y'all that was in the comments looking at this little girl like that, because I was even thinking, I was thinking, this is a kid on a carpet who's making her red carpet debut for a movie that she's starring in. What the hell do you want her in? A pantsuit? You want her looking like a lesbian? Since we talking about Beyonce. Well, somebody in the comments said Beyonce. It wasn't me. So you want her to be out here in a pantsuit like she's some damn Hillary freaking Clinton and some flats? If she would have came out looking like that, y'all would gag too. So what the hell is she supposed to wear? A damn turban? Or a burqa? That's what y'all want her in? This is Hollywood. The people in Hollywood are not on the same level as a regular Joe Schmo like you and I. So Milian, who's 43, was a guest on Sherry Shepherd's tired-ass show. I don't like her show either. She irritates me, but whatever. But since she's a part of the show, let's talk about it. Where she asked about her thoughts on Blue Ivy's outfit at last night's event, because it took place on Monday, but the show aired on Tuesday. And she appeared on the show on Tuesday, I should say, after some called the 12-year-old gown inappropriate. Now, Blue Ivy wore a strapless gold dress with a long train for the premiere. Now, while on the red carpet, she was joined by her superstar mother, Beyonce, and her father, Jay-Z. And Beyonce is 43. Jay-Z is 55. So there goes the outfit, but I think I have a full one that I didn't get rid of, or did I? I don't remember. But yeah, that's the half part. But let's go to the full gown. First of all, this is the gown that she wore. Like I said before, I think she looks really pretty. And what do y'all think she should wear? But whatever. So they said, first of all, she looks gorgeous. I think the fact that anybody had anything to say about someone else's daughter, any minor, I think just mind your business. This is what Milian said of Blue Ivy's look. She's talented. She's toured the world with her mom. Like, there's nothing you can say. You can't dim that shine. And this is what the Disney star had finished by saying. Now, Sherry then said that Blue acted so poised. Well, that's because of who her mother is. Unfortunately, Blue Ivy is never going to be able to live up to the standards of her mother, but she has to be able to carve out her own identity, and she is. And Beyonce going to have you out here looking crazy. Now, regarding that husband of hers, Joe Campbell want to be out here acting like a mess, and his past coming back to haunt him. That's a whole other conversation. We just talked about that in the previous story. But this is Blue Ivy's moment, and I felt like people were just trying to take away from that. She said, let that baby grow. And that's what I feel. Like, you know what? I feel so bad for this younger generation, this new generation come up. Because I believe, like, at this point, isn't she like Gen Alpha? I feel bad for her and people that are coming up in that time, because y'all are growing up in the spotlight and y'all growing up with cameras and it's 24 hours. It's not like you showing up on a red carpet and people are commenting. It's a 24-hour situation where people got phones and all kinds of other stuff and got something to say. So it's ongoing. And I'm just glad I grew up in the time that I did, pre-internet, so I didn't got to deal with all this mess. Or I was able to grow and make mistakes without people criticizing. Because regular people deal with it too, where they're constantly having to deal with online scrutiny about certain things. So now Milian, who was once a host of Disney Channel series Movie Surfers and also performed the theme song to Call Me Beat Me, she was also Jennifer Lopez Ghost singer, for the Disney Channel animated series Kim Possible in 2002, and Shepard both agreed that Blue Ivy was not doing too much and was not being extra. But what y'all wanted her to do? Do backflips and a pop dip and a spin? You know that she's not going to get up there and do all of that. So the pop star's eldest child wore a metallic Kristen Siriano ball gown, and she posed with her parents on the red carpet. Now, the dress featured a sweetheart neckline and draped bodice. Her brunette tresses were styled in braids and loose curls. Now, for her glamorous look, Blue Ivy chose gold eyeshadow, rosy blush, and a glossy red lip. Now, the talented youngster is set to make her feature debut in Mufasa, The Lion King, and join her parents and grandmother, Christina, who's sitting out here talking about she was hacked because she liked to post about Jay-Z out here being an R-word. And they was out here saying, chill. Then she said she was hacked. I'm like, okay, daughter, if you want us to believe that, we'll go along with it. But if you can see, I don't believe it. So now, following her appearance, a number of critics expressed disapproval of Blue Ivy's inappropriate outfit. And Beyonce had a bonbon, by the way. in case y'all were wondering. So someone said lots of chatter online that Blue Ivy's dress was inappropriate, which I didn't get until I read that she is 12 years old. And they put 12 years old in caps. How about we don't put a 12-year-old in a push-up bra? Well, what the hell should she wear? You want her walking around with sagging titties? And first of all, you should be looking at a 12-year-old's breast, because I was even looking at that. I guess maybe because I'm a homosexual, what I was looking at was the gown. And I just love, fashion, and I love looks. So that's what I was looking at. I wasn't thinking about a 12-year-old and the fact that she was 12 and y'all looking at her breast. It's like, now I want to know if this person was male or female. And whoever that is, we need to check your background and see, like, if you got any charges against you, because y'all should be sexualizing someone's kid, because that's not the way I was looking at it. Then they said Blue Ivy is 12. This dress and makeup at 12? Why the hell not? She's a celebrity. But here's the thing. Y'all sitting up in here worrying about a 12-year-old in a ball gown on the red carpet, but some of y'all be having kids half her damn age twerking to some damn sexy red. Now, we're going to have a conversation about that. A lot of y'all ain't ready for that one. Reciting them lines, twerking, doing all kinds of nastiness, and wonder why your kids is damn fast, but y'all sit up in here worrying about Blue Ivy in a ball gown. And y'all can never say Blue Ivy been out here rapping, I used to be scared of the dick. Now I throw lips to the shit. You ain't never gonna see her up on there doing that or twerking to some damn sexy red. Now they said Blue Ivy is a sexy little girl, but she's a little girl made to look much older than any 12-year-old. It's just too mature of a dress. The fact that she has cleavage on display is disturbing. When you realize that this young girl is only 12, it just makes it worse. Another comment read, Blue Ivy wearing the dress and makeup at 12. She's literally 12, not 18. Do her stylist or her mom's stylist know this? I'm sure Beyonce is not slow to the point of she know how old her damn child is. She puts it out her damn cootie cat. So she know how old her daughter is. She don't need y'all to remind her. And y'all need to worry about your own damn kids instead of worrying about this girl in a dress on a red carpet. Get that in your head. She's a girl on a red carpet for a movie. Y'all all got the answer on this is not what a 12-year-old should be wearing. Then what should she be wearing? Like I said, a burqa? What do y'all want her on the carpet wearing? And why are you looking at a 12-year-old's breast? That's what I want to know. And y'all keep emphasizing that in the comments. So now I'm side-eyeing all of y'all with these comments. So yes, the dress is nice. And even someone disagreed. Some people's on my side with it. So let's read some of those. Because, we are equal opportunity situation over here. So one person said, y'all need to leave Blue Ivy alone. She's 12. Her dress is beautiful. Worry about the kids being displayed on beauty pageant stages. Like, be so for real. Another person said, please stop projecting weirdness on the children. It was Blue Ivy's movie premiere night. She was with her family and bodyguard. She wore a beautiful dress that looked like a modern day princess. The color coordinated with her mom. At age 12, other teens received praise. Now, gushing over her daughter's achievements, Beyonce wrote the following on Instagram, saying, my gorgeous baby girl, this is your night. You worked hard and you did such a beautiful job as the voice of Kiara. Your family could not be prouder. Keep shining. And I also saw that someone said that Beyonce and Jay had nothing to do with Blue getting the part of Kiara in Mufasa. On Song 992. They said that the director liked her voice. Now, I don't even know what Blue Ivy sound like. And I'm sure she don't sound like the vixen who tried to do an interpretation of her over there on Snatch Game for RuPaul's Drag Race. So I don't know what Blue Ivy's voice sound like, because like Baron Trump, I haven't heard what he sound like, and she sound like. Although there was a recent video that came out that did show like Baron's voice or what he sounds like when he told Baron Trump. Is what I'm talking about. So there's certain people that come out and is like, yeah, I don't know what they sound like. And look, at the end of the day, Blue Ivy looks pretty. It was for a movie premiere. It's a Disney style thing. So I think that's what they were thinking about in coordination with Disney princesses, even though she's not playing a princess, but it's kind of in that whole realm of stuff with Disney and all that other stuff. So leave Blue Ivy alone. And some of y'all, like I said, y'all need to be worrying about your own damn kids and trying to prevent their ass from getting on the pole. That's what y'all need to be worrying about instead of trying to come for Blue Ivy's gown. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Y'all already know how I feel. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. And yeah, we got a lot of comments. Let me go and see what they were saying. They said, how on earth could a straight young man leave? Oh, I read that one already. Christina looks incredible. Yes, she does. I was like, shout out to my generation, because none of us, we ain't out here looking like rotten milk. It's like a lot of us still looking younger than our actual ages. And so, yeah, Christina Milian looks good. And, I did make that read about her being Hennifer's ghost singer. He said the kids are off limits, but is that Beyonce's child? And how old was Beyonce when Joe Camel cuffed her? We gonna need tonight. Since we talking about cuff it. You said, yeah, that is Beyonce's child, but I remember the story. They said that Beyonce didn't really push her out. She pushed the other twins out, but she ain't push out Blue Ivy, because remember when they said when she sat down in the chair, her stomach folded? I remember that stupid rumor. But they said, do y'all know how self-conscious a girl would be being the daughter of Beyonce? Exactly, because it's like when you have to live up, say any like mega celebrity, Beyonce with her kids, Madonna with her children, and you see how well-mannered Madonna's kids are. You ain't heard nothing crazy about her kids except maybe Rocco, where they had a little Rocky moment. But for the most part, being a child of a mega superstar, I couldn't imagine how she would have to measure up to her mother, especially with this aura that Beyonce has created about herself. And then here y'all go making comments about Blue Ivy's gown and sexualizing her. I was like, I didn't even look at her in that way. And I'm sure that the way Beyonce and them, when they went in the room and they had the conversation, Beyonce's team, because the team had it before she did, had set it up with Christian Siriano, and they had the conversation about how they wanted that gown to look, and he sketched it and all that other stuff, that they didn't want her being a little too vulgar with her look. And I don't think the vulgar was look. She has breasts. She's a teenager growing up, or preteen. Whatever y'all putting in the food these days, these kids be developing relatively quickly. And if you look at Blue Ivy, like I said, she could be a model in a couple of years. She is passing her parents in regards of height. So, yeah, she may look older than her actual age, and she might be mature for her age, especially the way she's been raised and her educational background, because her parents are going to put her in the most prestigious of schools. I mean, if I had Bey and Jay money, you trust to believe my children will be speaking multiple languages. I'm gonna have them out here like Madonna children. They speak the French, they speak the English, they're gonna speak the Espanol. I'm even gonna have them speak the Hitler language, German. I'm part German, so I can say that. So they said, Molly, you in danger, girl. Okay. And he was like, that gown is so beautiful on her. People wear stuff more risky. Okay. Yeah, we be seeing people with their coochie out, the skirt be shorter. I'm like, child, where's your hem on that skirt? The breast be spilling over, and y'all be having to do this all night with your titties, trying to keep it. I was like, well, damn, if you actually wore an outfit that fit, you wouldn't have to be doing this all night, trying to keep it up. You be trying to keep them boulder holders in place. And you said, oh, I'm old school about kids dressing appropriate, but that is really elegant. And a child, and quiet as it's kept, them people that was commenting probably can't even spell elegant. They probably think it's spelled eloquent. If y'all watch RuPaul's Drag Race, you get the reference. And you said this just in, riots broke out in Rikers when prisoners. Stop reading your comments. And you said, I wonder what Solange thinks about everything that's going. Well, she probably gonna beat. Don't put her in the elevator with Jay-Z again. Then you'll find out what she really think. And I think Tina Knowles was thinking the same damn thing, but she want to be out here talking about her ass was hacked. I'm like, okay, sis. Blue Ivy's gown is fine. She looks beautiful. Exactly. It was given John, not John Bonet. He said these people are projecting. Yes, we get it. She's not 18, but also you got to think about this is Hollywood, and you said, but she is well protected because they ain't letting people get to her, especially with her being a nepo baby. Yes, Chris. Let's talk about all Henny from the pot ghost singers. You said she's definitely behaving better than her cut. Isn't there a sex tape between Jules, aka Solange's son? I remember hearing that story. That there's an alleged sex tape with him floating around somewhere. She's starting to get more Beyonce's features than as she's getting. Thank God she ain't got a father's, because remember at one point she was kind of looking a little Jay-Z-ish, and y'all started reading her over her looks. But I'm glad that she went through her period, and the period of transitioning into her looking how her features will look. And she's only gonna get even more beautiful. Not the period with the as in Carrie, plug it up period. You know the period I'm talking about. Let me stop talking because it's gonna make me sound worse. But John Bonet was only 6, and they had her dressing like a girl. And don't forget John Bonet, Honey Boo Boo, all of them that do that child pageant stuff. 6 versus 12, meh. Here's the. You know what I was thinking too? Because I had this idea. I was like, could they? Would y'all ever be here for a drag race with kids? Because there's a lot of little kids that like doing drag and all this other stuff. Some people, but then again, they'd probably be scared to do that, especially with these damn Republicans and these conservatives who starting out here y'all trying to groom these kids to be girls and all that. So that might not be a good idea. Because remember at one point they had Project Runway with the kids and all this other stuff. So I was like, that would be a cool idea to see. But yeah, that might not be a good idea. He said them genes from Beyonce's side is very dominant. She looks more like her mother, grandma, and aunt the older she gets. Mm-hmm. And they said Kiara, baby, she's Simba's daughter from Lion King too. No, Nala is. They said Kiara. So Nala was actually the Beyonce. Beyonce played Nala. I think she's playing Kiara is a different character. I think I don't know if she's playing the child of Nala, but then again, it can't be because it's a prequel. So she's probably playing some kid that came before Nala, because Nala was for Simba. This is Mufasa is a prequel, which is a story regarding Simba's father. So Kiara is probably a character before Nala. So I don't think so. Nala was played by Beyonce. Played Nala in the Lion King remake. My kid knows all the lyrics. Child, not Pound Town. You said there's not really a blueprint for red carpet formal wear for 12-year-olds because most 12-year-olds aren't anywhere near a red carpet. Absolutely. Exactly. It's like once in a blue you get kids on a red carpet, but it's very rare to see that. You don't see a lot of little kids on a red carpet. And you got to think about it. When it comes to Beyonce and them, you're not going to see her in some little skirt dressing like Vicky from Small Wonder with some white socks, like the little what do you call those? Like the little socks that come up to the ankle and then the little black shoes with the strap. Like you're not going to see her on the carpet with that. First of all, that's not with Blue Ivy's type. That's going to be a mess, and y'all going to read her if she looked a mess. So yeah, a gown would be perfect for her. Not getting on the pole. Well, I did say that, didn't I? He said, or Sarah B. Base on this prequel between us. I was in a group chat with someone who claims you want to know something? I kind of get that from him. I do get that he do be letting boys put it in their mouth. Put it in your mouth. Like your mouth, your mouth. Look, he old enough. We could talk about it. If I'll be talking about a little kid, he's a grown man at this point. Because, Solange had him when she was young. With photo evidence, too. I saw, what you talking about? You saw the evidence of a boy putting it, him having sex with a boy? Child. And you said, and Jay-Z is being accused of R-wording a girl his daughter's age. I hope it isn't true either, because that would not be a good look. But anyway, so speaking of putting in underage children, let's talk about Diddy, whose apparent accuser is speaking out for the first time about the incident that happened at his 2007 white party. So an anonymous accuser who claims that he was SA'd by jail musical mogul Sean the Diddler Combs at one of his Bad Boy Record founder infamous white party gatherings in 2007 broke his silence this morning over at CNN. Now, the man who the network ID'd as a John Doe, well, aren't they all considered John Does until we find out who they are? One of my friends said, why they look like Clive Davis in the silhouette? I hollered when he said that. But so they said that it was John Doe to protect his anonymity. First filed the suit against Combs on October 14th, claiming that he was drugged and sodomized at the party in 2007. Now the man said that he kept the assault secret, alleged assault, I should say, secret, all these years, even from his then wife, due to the shame he carried from the incident at Diddy's estate in East Hampton, New York, where he was hired to provide security. Oh, this is a story we talked about the guy who was the security guard. So yeah, we did cover this one. The full gravity, wait, I don't even have to read it, because first of all, we got the clip, courtesy of XXL magazine, or XXL, because it's the internet. So hold on as I go over to that. I told you we got a lot of clips for the show today. You know, I love to give y'all some nuance and evidence and things. So now I'm seeing Blue Ivy is trending. We're not getting into that conversation again. And Jamie Foxx. Anyway, let's play the clip and then we'll come back.
According to your lawsuit, you were hired by a security firm to work security at one of the infamous white parties that was thrown by Sean Combs in the Hamptons. What was that experience like?
At first, he was incredibly friendly, very gracious.
So you had a friendly chat, and then according to your lawsuit, at some point later in the night, Sean Combs himself offered you a drink. This didn't come from staff or someone holding a tray of drinks. It came from him directly.
Correct. The first drink started to have some effect on me. And I just thought, wow, these are really strong drinks. It wasn't until the second drink, and it was already too late, that I realized that there was something wrong with the drinks. Sadly, Sean Combs was waiting in the wings. He was watching from some sort of vantage point. And once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that he was in a position of power, then he took advantage of the situation.
You allege that you were forcibly pushed into an SUV by Sean Combs. That act alone, according to your lawsuit, left you in considerable pain. And then once inside the vehicle, your lawsuit says plaintiff was held down by Combs, who overpowered him while he struggled to escape due to the effects of the drugs in his system. And it goes on to say that he sodomized you.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop. It was incredibly painful. And he was acting like it was nothing. And he seemed to be disconnected from it. But it was abusive beyond belief.
Okay, so there you have it with that. So you heard for the first time the anonymous John Doe speaking on the incident that occurred with the diddler. But I should point out this. Now, CNN did note a number of inconsistencies between details shared by Doe in his interview with the network and the original complaint's language, including discrepancies on the year the alleged assault took place and location and whether Doe had ever been married. Now, Doe's attorneys reportedly filed an amended complaint with court afterwards, acknowledging mistakes made during the rushed filing. Well, this is why, as attorneys, y'all shouldn't be rushing to file stuff. You should have your I's dotted and your T's crossed. And then, you know what, when they were coming down to people being sexually assaulted, I'm glad they changed the statute before I get to the rest of the story. I forget. I'm glad that they changed the statute of limitations in New York, because I heard that it was up to the age of 23. And whether or not, you know, even though this guy was an adult, where it helps with kids, because kids cannot consent to any kind of sex with anybody, whether it was consensual or non-consensual. So the fact of that a person, so I do love the fact that in New York we have changed the statute of limitations. I believe it was at 23. Now I believe it is 55 or 56. So I do like that. Quiet as it's kept, we should not have statute of limitations when it comes to sexual assault of any kind. So I don't understand why we have that, but I don't make the rules. I just tell you what it is, and I don't make the news. I just report it. So now they said that so this is why, yeah, like I said before, his attorney should have had their I's out and their T's crossed before y'all was so quick to realize that, you know, we made mistakes and we shouldn't have rushed the filing. Now, Doe said that after the alleged assault, he struggled to leave the party due to the effects of the drugs and the pain in his body. Later allegedly reporting the incident to his supervisor, according to the suit. He said, I was screaming, I was telling him to stop, it was incredibly painful, and he was acting like it was nothing. It was abusive beyond belief, the man told CNN. Now, he said he was allegedly never asked to work for the security firm again. It said that basically he was dismissive as he talked, and just said, I'll talk to him, which we already know. If it's a security firm, you're not talking to Diddy, because you want to keep them jobs coming in. Now, I should point out also that Combs has been denied bail 3 times to date ahead of his sex trafficking and racketeering trial set for next year. The one high-flying music and fashion tycoon has been behind bars since his arrest in September. So he's been in jail for like 3 months and all that other stuff. And he's denied and pleaded not guilty and all this other stuff. So we already know what the latest on that is. And they also said that while Combs' rep initially declined comment on Doe's claims, they issued a statement following the airing of the CNN interview, saying after Busby was exposed this week for pressuring clients to bring bogus cases against Mr. Combs. Well, I mean, and then they said, and after public records showed that, contrary to his allegations, there was no white party in the Hamptons in 2006. Busby amended this complaint to walk back the allegations and now claim different day and wholly different year, Combs' attorney wrote. So that's the latest on that. And also, what I should point out is like, you know what? As I've stated before, I just hope that when in regards to this whole situation, that Tony Busby is not using this as a way to clout chase and bring attention to himself. Like, these are real situations that have happened allegedly to real people. Abuse is not a joke. Abuse is not something that we should be sensationalizing and making a mountain out of a molehill. If these people have actually been abused and not trying to pull a big payday and think, oh, well, you know what? There's a whole list of people that are accusing Diddy of SA that, oh yeah, let me jump on the bandwagon and try to see if I can get something out of it. And the whole pay me for my pain. I don't like when people are doing that because a lot of people are scared to come forward in regards of SA and any kind of abuse. So I really hope that Tony Busby, that you are for real about this and you're not trying to play games on behalf of these people because it's going to bring attention to you or whatever the case was. Now, I don't know anything about if the public records did show that with the allegations and saying that Busby was basically making up stuff or trying to jump or pay or coerce people into filing charges against Diddy and Jay-Z, because those are the latest allegations and stuff that's been coming out, where they're saying that Tony Busby is trying to pay people to make up stories so that way they can file against Jay-Z and Diddy, and vice versa. They're saying that Jay-Z's been doing the same thing. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to this case? Like I said, I'm going to just let the law handle what it need to handle. We're just going to wait patiently until May. But we already know, like, between now and May, more stories is going to come out regarding this case. And we're going to hear more people coming out and speaking out and filing charges and all this other stuff. And we'll talk about it on the show until the trial officially begins for Diddy in May. And we'll just see what's going to happen with Jay-Z in regards to his situation, because you already know what he's doing in regards to this case on his end. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Excuse me. Okay. So, Oh, you said Jules is 6 days younger than you. Okay. You said it wasn't a video. It was a screenshot of messages. Oh. Jay-Z spent his entire adult career rapping about cars, clothes, money, and hoes. And now he has a daughter. Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what one of my friends was saying. Like, why look like Clive Davis in that silhouette? I was like, don't tell me that Jay-Z like older trade. I'm like, damn, he don't discriminate. You go with the young and the old and the ones in between, allegedly. And he was like, NFL is extending its intermission to give Beyonce a longer show. Of course they are. But here's the thing. I feel like the intermission is not like the Super Bowl halftime. So it's a different type of halftime. So yeah, I would see why they would bend the rules a little bit and give her a longer intermission so that way she could perform. Because here's the thing, we haven't seen her perform any of the Cowboy Carter stuff, so we're going to see like what she's going to bring with that. So I wonder how long it's going to be. I feel like they should just let her do a 30-minute set, because normally when it comes to like Super Bowl halftime, isn't the intermission usually like 15 minutes? I know usually when we do halftime intermissions, especially when it comes to like Rangers games, Knicks games and stuff, I think we do like around 15 minutes intermissions with halftime. So I would think like 30 minutes would be good. This is why I never accept drinks from anyone. Me either. I pretty much I'm very much bringing my I buy my own drinks. Said the Antoines at Rikers bet not mess with Power Top Luigi. Okay. I was afraid to say anything when it happened to me. Exactly. A lot of people think like when it comes to abuse and stuff, you're not going to want to talk. because of the fear. Televani said, "Who is Nala's father? All I know is he fell from a tree as a cub. Who knows? I don't really know no shade, but I don't really know the history of like the Lion King. I only seen the original one in the movies when I was a kid, so that's the only one I know. All the live action and all these other little side movies that y'all make, I don't be paying attention to that." And you said they give you 12 minutes at the Super Bowl. Madonna said that when she was doing her show. Oh, yeah. I mean, excuse me. When you look at it, it's like, yeah, you could definitely see that they only give them like 12 to 15 minutes, depending. That's why they get that stage and then build it up quickly and get them out. Well, look, Netflix better hope and pray that they live stream don't keep messing up. Because look, wasn't that the problem the last time when they had that stupid boxing match with Jake Paul and Mike Tyson? Everybody was complaining about the server. So they better hope and pray that gets done. And Tina knows talking about God gonna handle it. Okay, sis. Just like God apparently hacked your Instagram by liking that post from Jay-Z. I just Googled Schmogel and the regular game halftime's oh, okay. Yeah. Usually, yeah, regular halftime games like usually like 12 minutes. Cause it's like when we do when I do the Nick and Rangers games, we always have like the countdown and stuff. And people be asking me how many more minutes we got. And I'll be having to look over real quick at the Jumbotron. So so they go to the bathroom. So I was like, Chad, y'all need to go to the bathroom during the game. Cause if y'all go in between the periods, which they do periods with hockey. And so when they do that, it's like I'll be like, go to the bathroom beforehand, because if y'all go during the periods, like in between the breaks or whatever, y'all gonna be on a line having to go. But anyway, wait, hold on, let me take that out. How many more topics we got? Damn, I was like, we could do another 4-hour show today. 4 plus. We got about 5 more topics. Yeah. So we have 5 more topics to go. So if you have not already, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also smash the notification bell. Helps with the algorithms and all that stuff. And then so that way you also know when we go live with a brand new episode. And also I will be putting timestamps into the show later on if y'all don't want to sit through the banter and you just want to get to certain topics once the live stream is over. Because, you know, we do enjoy when we do a live interactive show. Everybody likes the whole banter and stuff in between the show and all that good stuff. So now, without further ado, let's move on. Let's talk about Miss Hannaford, who is apparently getting lumped into this whole essay allegation involving Jay-Z, because there's some after party photo that surfaced amid, damn, I can't talk, rape, but I've been talking for over 3 hours, so y'all can just bear with me. Amid rape allegations involving the diddler. Now, I do remember a couple of months ago, the picture of her looked like she was having a shouting match with Diddy, where she was up against the wall, had surfaced, and I didn't think much of it. But now it's resurfacing again. So yeah, there's this photo here. We see Miss Hannaford in that ugly dress, which I prefer Blue Ivy wearing that on the red carpet. So Jay-Z, shout out to the Daily Mail for this story. So it said Jay-Z 55, we already need to go in, we know his name. His real name was named Sunday in an amended lawsuit accusing the rappers, talk about Diddy and Jay-Z, of taking part in an alleged assault of a minor at an after party for the VMAs in New York in 2000. Now, according to the lawsuit, a third celebrity, a woman, was present in the room and watched as the men took turns with their victim. Now, Daily Mail, you better tread lightly, because if you're trying to say Miss Hannaford was in the room watching as all this went down and she ain't say nothing, because, you know, when you praying to them MK Ultra gods to try to have this big career that you have today, you're going to look the other way and keep your mouth shut. So are you trying to allude that Miss Hannaford was in the room? So now with yesterday's naming of Jay-Z, the eyebrow-raising altercation and the events of that sordid evening have been thrust firmly back into the spotlight. Now, Hannaford dated Combs from 1999 to 2001 in a relationship which continues to cast a long shadow over the star to this day, which you won't even talk about. Now, the lawsuit in which the victim was identified only as Jane Doe was originally filed in October, but an amended complaint filed Sunday has now named Jay-Z as the second previously anonymous celebrity to have allegedly R-worded her while she was drugged, alone, and intoxicated. Now, according to the lawsuit obtained by DailyMail.com, defendant Sean Combs, along with his lifetime friend and collaborator Sean Carter, drugged and raped a 13-year-old at an after party following 2000's VMAs. Now, another celebrity stood and watched as Combs and Carter took turns assaulting the minor. Now, the third celebrity had not been named, but is identified as a female who the victim immediately recognized. I really feel like they're trying to imply that it's Hannaford. It ain't me saying it's Hannaford, so don't come after me. That's what they implying over here at Daily Mail. Now, at the time of the assault, which the suit says took place around September 7, 2000, the victim had a friend drive her to Radio City Music Hall so she could try to attend the award ceremony for which she did not have a ticket. So now some people will probably say, well, if you didn't have a ticket, how was you really trying to get up in the situation? How would you plan on getting into the VMAs? You was hoping to cozy yourself up to a celebrity at 13 years old with the way to get in? And where was your parents? Now, this is not me victim blaming. This is just me asking the question. Where was your parents? Did they know you was doing this? And why? And how would you expect to get up in this place being around all them celebrities? And especially when there's so many predators running around the entertainment industry. So they said she watched the show outside on a jumbotron before approaching several limousine drivers in hopes of talking her way into the event or an after party. And my thing is, how they allowing a 13-year-old up in there? Also, if you want, you can go and read the alleged, what is it? The filing, the documents. Because there was something like up in here. Let me show y'all that, because I have that up in here. There goes the diddler. There goes one page. So they're pretty much talking about like they couldn't lock down. She couldn't lock the door. The room contained only a large bed with no furniture of any other kind, television or other furnishings. Soon after, Combs entered the room along with defendant Carter and a female celebrity, Celebrity B. Plaintiff immediately recognized all three celebrities. Combs aggressively approached plaintiff with a crazed look in his eyes, grabbed her and said, "You are ready to party?" Combs then threw plaintiff toward a wall, causing plaintiff to fall. Plaintiff got up and stumbled, at which point Combs grabbed her again and threw her on the bed. At that point, Carter began removing plaintiff's clothes as she grew more and more disoriented. Plaintiff then held down by Carter as he vaginally R-worded her while Combs and Celebrity B watched. After Carter finished, he stepped back toward the wall. Combs then stepped forward and did the same thing, says vaginally R-worded plaintiff while Carter and Celebrity B watched. Combs then knocked plaintiff down and attempted to force plaintiff to perform a baloney wash on him. You know, that's, a mouth massage. For those of you who are not familiar with my lingo over here. Okay, so they said she fought back, standing up quickly and punching out at the same time, hitting Combs in the neck. Taken aback, Combs stopped his attempt. When Combs backed away in surprise, plaintiff grabbed her clothes and shoes and ran out of the bedroom, holding her dress in front of her like a towel. She ran around the residence until she found the front door and was able to leave the party. Although there were other guests still at the party, no one appeared to take notice of plaintiff's distress, or probably because they was all partying and doing drugs and drinking and fornicating, and to pay attention, allegedly. Now, once outside, plaintiff put her clothes back on and left the scene in the dark. Now, plaintiff attempted to retrace the route taken by the limo driver. She kept running until she reached a gas station and she noticed on the way to the party, it says that the female clerk noticed her. So where's the rest of the thing? Because they're saying the Combs business enabled and conspired with Combs and Carter to commit the crimes of violence. What is it? On information and belief, Combs business routinely committed sexual assault and gender motivated violence as detailed in other civil lawsuits to further the business purpose of Combs Enterprises. And then, so that's the latest on that or whatever. Oh, wait, I opened up something else. I thought that was my thing, but it's not. So yeah, then they have this. And then we'll just leave it there for y'all to read. I was like, what happened to my other thing? Hold on. Okay, so now they says that one chauffeur who was driving Combs and others to the after party agreed to come back and take her to the after party, knowing that she fit what Diddy was looking for. Now, once at the party, she was asked to sign a document, a copy of which she did not receive before heading to mingle with the starry crowd. After taking a few sips of a reddish-yellow drink, the girl reportedly felt woozy and lightheaded, making her need to lie down. Now, looking for a place of rest, she found her way into what appeared to be an empty bedroom and did not lock the door. Moments later, Combs entered the room along with the defendant Carter and a female celebrity. She recognized them, and I already read y'all what the details was in that. We don't need to go back into it. Jay-Z, you already know, issued a lengthy statement to DailyMail.com on Sunday in which he claimed that before the lawsuit was refiled with his name, his lawyers had received a blackmail attempt. They probably wanted you to get it, be like, okay, so when you go and speak out about what happened before we add your name. But I feel like y'all should have put all this at the beginning. So yeah, that's the thing. This is the statement that I'm showing y'all right now with Jay-Z's statement. So now they said, now blasting Busby as a man who has neither honor nor dignity, Jay-Z directed his statement to the attorney saying, "You have made a terrible error in judgment, blah, 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 so on and so forth. We don't play these type of games. We have very strict codes of honor. We protect children. You've seen to exploit people for personal gain." And then basically said that only your networking with conspiracy theorists, fake, and he said physics, but y'all went and I see that y'all corrected it and said psychics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me that, if not for seriousness surrounding harm to kids, will be laughable. So yeah, that's the latest. Now, in regards of Ms. Hannaford being associated with this situation, yeah, just because she was having an argument with Diddy at the time does not mean that she was the third person that was in that room. Unless this Jane Doe decides to come forward and reveal who the third person was, we cannot sit up in here and speculate that it might have been Hannaford that knows where the bodies is buried. Because some people do believe that Hannaford knows where the bodies is buried in regards to the situation. She knows a lot about what's going on with Diddy and has kind of been keeping her head down and not addressing it. She already got her issues to deal with. She's dealing with trying to get divorced from Ben Affleck and allegedly hunching her damn male staff members. And we're about to get into that story in the next segment. But for now, I want to know what you guys think of this story regarding the photo of Jennifer Lopez and Diddy allegedly getting into a shouting match during the same night that this assault took place. And do you think that Jennifer was the third person, the female celebrity that was in the room at the time that was watching all this go down? They have not been accused of assaulting the child. They're saying it was Jay-Z allegedly and Diddy allegedly, but it wasn't, but there was a woman in the room. So whatever your thoughts are regarding this, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so you said, I don't get it. Women complain that is painful, but men don't. Well, didn't the guy say that it was painful? Wait, women don't complain. Well, women do complain when it's in the butt. Well, look, some of these men out here, I think they be lying. We all be talking about, oh yeah, it don't hurt when you get in your mouth. Yes, it do. Oh, you said, I believe it. She wouldn't say ish if she saw it. J-Lo. Hannaford, as we like to say, is one of the only few people successful after Diddy. She went with the pro. And you know what? Some people go along to get along and to be like, I don't give a damn about you. As long as you help with my career, I'm going to look the other way. But you know what? Eventually, stuff come back to bite you in the behind. I'm not saying she liked it, though. Yeah, but she was just probably like, I ain't gonna say shit because I already know like what Diddy is capable of. So yeah, I'm gonna look the other way. And as long as I get myself out of the situation, I'm gonna just keep it moving. You know, who's a bigger queen? I'm moving on from that. Okay, so what's our next topic? Oh, speaking of which, like I did say, let's get into talking about Miss Hannaford again. So apparently, following her brutal split from Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez may be trying to get over her flaky ex by getting under some of her male staffers. Well, this is according to the Daily Mail. So we could take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if I necessarily believe it, but let's entertain the shenanigans. And then I'll give my overall thoughts. So Lopez has been looking for a much-needed mojo boost after getting kicked to the curb by Ben Affleck, and RadarOnline.com can reveal she's getting it by flirting up a storm with the hired help. The 55-year-old Henny from the block was all smiles in London when she was seen November 7th with her hunky new blonde bodyguard. I put the pictures up as y'all can see. Even clutching her hand as she exited the vehicle, and a few days earlier, she was seen out and about with the same staffer in New York City. Everyone buzzing about Yennefer and all the hot guys that she has hired for her team, from the men on her security detail to her assistants. They are all suddenly extra handsome, said an insider. No one is saying she's sleeping with them just yet, but although I kind of feel like y'all are implying that. But she's certainly enjoying being doted on by hot guys. Maybe one of them will make the leap to boyfriend. As Radar Online previously reported, Lopez has seduced staff before. Of course she has. And here's the thing. And this is why I find it funny that y'all are bringing this up, because it's like, yeah, this is not her first time at the rodeo in regards of her hunching her staff. Remember, once upon a time, she was messing with Chris Judd and she ended up marrying him. He was on her team. He was someone who was a backup dancer who she ended up marrying. And then she dated Casper, who allegedly has a thing for women with a little extra between me down there, if you know what I'm saying, and I think you do. I was about to use that RuPaul song. Is there some training trains or something here? Let me make one thing fierce. You know, that's apparently what Casper has a thing for. So in regards of that, so yeah, this is not the first time. So I know some people be like, it's not that far-fetched that Yennefer would be interested in her staff or her bodyguards. I feel like this is probably her way of according to them, of her trying to make Ben jealous. Ben be so looking like he's so damn over it and over life and miserable and looking like he needs a colonic or need to get off them damn cigarettes and stop drinking that freaking coffee, because it looks like it's affecting his damn mood. That I don't think he can care less whether or not who she hunches. Because when we look at Yennefer's track record, she ain't went 5 minutes without a damn man. So look, if she want to run out here and get her pipes cleaned by her bodyguard or her security detail or her assistant, I was about to say, I know y'all not sitting out here trying to say Stevie Mackey was, she running around with him. We all know he's a homosexual, and don't even get me started on Benny Medina, that queen. You know he ain't cleaning her damn pipes. So they said that no one is saying that she's sleeping with them just yet. Okay, I think, it says that before that, they mentioned Chris Judd and all that stuff. It said, obviously, past experiences haven't stopped her from doing that again. Right now, she's just enjoying some harmless fun. She's in a phase of rediscovering her confidence and independence. A lot of people are telling her she should take a page out of. Now, here's the thing. Now, haven't I been telling y'all this? Look at Radar Online writing this story. A lot of people say, and I'm going to read the quote again, because, I got too excited, because I was like, oh, somebody's saying the same shit I'm saying. Somebody said a lot of people are telling her she should take a page out of her Danta handbook and essentially hire her next man. Not the hire her next man read. Because I said the same thing. I was like, at this point, I truly feel that Yennefer Lopez is in the same boat as a Madanta or a Cher, that y'all will never find love in a hopeless place. Y'all are going to be single for the rest of your damn life because y'all been hurt by men in the past. I know she believes in love and all that other stuff that she says, but I truly believe that, Yennefer, you are a tall order to deal with. Ain't no real man going to want to deal with all of you and your ego and everything that comes with that. You see, after 2 years, Ben Affleck was like, okay, this bitch ain't changed. I'm over it. He was like, okay, I thought that Henny from the block was going to give me Henny from the block. But she's still up here with the pomp and circumstance and the paparazzi and his old cranky behind. He was over it. So now with hers, it's like, yeah, just go out here, get you a younger man, traipse him around like Madonna's doing with this 28-year-old that she's hunching. Find you a cute little, senorito. I was going to say senorita, but senorito, the male version of a senorita. Maybe she could run around here with Raul Alejandro, but you want to know something? She ain't going to be able to handle that boy. Get you a young man that nobody knows. I would say she need to get her Travis Kelce type. A football player, but they cheat too, allegedly. So yeah, get you like what Madonna doing. Madonna running around with these sports figures. I think the guy that she with now is Akeem. I think he's a soccer player. She was messing with a boxer before. Oh, get you one of those. Go, since you be talking about the damn block so damn much, go back to the Bronx and get you a Puerto Rican boxer so he can box your box. And y'all know what box I'm talking about? The one between me down there. So I say all this and say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Jennifer Lopez allegedly getting closer than ever with her team of hunky staffers? I'm not buying that, but then again, I wouldn't put nothing past her because it ain't the first time she ain't laid it low and spread it wide with somebody that was on her damn team. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I know that was a messy one, wasn't it? But anyway, okay, so Zay Love says 100. Girl, she learned nothing from Castle Spark. Has she learned anything from any of the relationships she's in? Like, to me, I feel like Jennifer Lopez is the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Some women say it makes them come quicker. Others say it is painful and their first time was their last. Oh, you stick it in their butt? Yes, what? Take it in the butt. Maybe it does. I mean, you are hitting them. You are hitting that spot. Never sleep, date, or marry to help. Okay. I mean, they on your payroll for a damn reason. Jennifer can't stay single. Okay. No, she can't. For like 5 damn minutes. I mean, she's still married to Ben. Anyway. Okay, so I want to give y'all a follow-up on this Liam Payne story. Because apparently 2 more hotel workers have been charged. And we talked a little bit about it yesterday that, that the investigators that were behind it were considering, the Argentinian judge, I should say, was considering charging 2 hotel workers and related to his death. Well, now comes word that the judge has followed through with the violation. And so here we are. So, 24 hours after I reported, now here we are with the rest. So they said that, and this is according to Rolling Stone, citing new documents. Now, according to the filings, which come about 2 months after the One Direction star suffered a fatal fall from the 3rd-story balcony of his hotel in What's New, Buenos Aires, the publication reports that the 2 are Casa Sur Palermo employees. The first is reportedly the hotel's manager, while the second person is the receptionist head who called 911, leading to Payne's October 16th death. It is not clear from the documents what specifically the 2 parties are being charged with per the publication. The judge has only asked that the manager and receptionist be notified of the charges, calling for all suspects in the case to be questioned amid local authorities' ongoing investigation into what played out the night of Payne's fall, according to Rolling Stone, citing the documents obtained. Now, since there is sufficient reason to suspect that they have participated in the investigative act, we ask that the following people give a statement. Now, 3 others were previously charged in the connection to the case. 2 individuals who work for the hotel are accused of supplying the Strip That Down singer with drugs, as well as a friend accused of abandonment of a person followed by death. All of them were detained by police in November, which brings this full case up to 5. And there goes the TMZ screenshot where they were dragging him because they were saying he was erratic. They were taking him out of the lobby and they were taking him back to his hotel room where apparently he was trying to escape and he fell to his death. And they said that he's done that in the past when he was under the influence. Now, all 5 individuals named by the judge would now have to face the courts. Now, after interrogations, it'll be up to the judge to decide whether they should be further prosecuted or dropped from the case. Now, Payne died October 16th from multiple traumas. Toxicology reports show that he had multiple substances in his system at the time, including alcohol, booger sugar, and prescription antidepressants. Now, leading up to his fall from the balcony, the reception head named in the new documents placed 2 911 calls. The first was the report that a guest was trashing the entire room, and in the second call, he urged that the guest's life may be in danger. The receptionist also asked the dispatcher to send only emergency medical services and to obtain from sending the police as well, according to transcripts of the call. The latest update in the investigation comes about 3 weeks after Payne was laid to rest in a private service attended by his One Direction bandmates, family, his baby mama, Cheryl, and girlfriend Katie Cassidy, who recently posted a TikTok that was like, "I love you" and those other stuff. But so yeah, that's the latest on this case, and I can't believe it's been 3 weeks. They laid him to rest. I felt like why did I feel like it was just last week that he was laid to rest? I'm like, damn, time flies. But I'm glad that we so far have an answer regarding this. There's no closure to it because they gotta, I guess, take it to court and we get to see guilty, not guilty, whatever that case is. I'm sure heads will roll and somebody's getting in the words of Beyonce, somebody's getting fired or somebody's going to jail. So that's what it seems like it's going to be at that point. So that's the latest, and I will definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. But in the meantime, what do you guys think of this story? And regarding this case, this is the follow-up of the story we talked about yesterday, where, like I said, the Argentinian judge said he was considering filing charges against 2 of the employees, which now brings it to 5 employees, and now the charges have been filed. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Sailor Mermaid says she's truly a fixer. Well, yeah, she's a Libra. I mean, a Leo. I almost said Libra. She's a Leo. So, them Leos always thinking they go, play Captain Save a hoe or Captain Fix a hoe. You can't fix the messy or you can't fix the unfixable. There's a video TMZ just posted of Luigi at a college party smashing a can of beer on his head, then chugging it. I mean, who didn't do that in college? I mean, quiet as it's kept, I did that in college. I was going to frat parties and I was smashing cans on my head and I was chugging beer and harder liquor. And I was someone who was a social drinker and a blackout drunk. So it was like, and I don't do that no more. After a situation where I ended up in a crack house, I was like, never again. I was like, how the hell did I get here once I sobered up? So yes, Chris has been in some situations with child. I should not be in the union no more. But you know what? A higher power was looking out for me. And you know me, if I'm going to spill the tea and spill everybody's mess on this show, I'm gonna spill mine. Because the one thing I will always say, which makes me an equal opportunity offender, is that you're not gonna spray me with my own tea. I'm gonna spray my own tea before you do it. So there's that. But yeah, it's like I just feel like there's so many things in regard to this, like everybody's trying to spread this narrative, especially a lot of the media, the TMZs, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, a lot of these big media conglomerates are trying to spread this narrative, trying to paint Luigi in this light instead of really having the conversation that we should be focusing on, which is our healthcare system. And how many of people have suffered under it. That's the real conversation. I get the whole he killed somebody, he did this. Yes, that's wrong. But sometimes, you know what I've realized? No matter how long, and I feel like this is clearly shown in this country, especially during this recent voting situation. No matter how hard we fight, no matter how hard we go and try to make the world a better place, it's a lose-lose situation. Sometimes the only way y'all hear me is if I slap the shit out of you. And meaning in the case, because I always got to take the extreme to make the point, that it's like, only way you understand that I'm real serious about some stuff is through violence. Because sometimes talking don't help no more. Sometimes I gotta go oops upside your damn head for you to get it with a crowbar, for you to understand. Or a sledge damn hammer. Or pow you with a gun in his case. Like sometimes it's like it doesn't compute. But I feel like a lot of people are way more smarter than what the media, the mainstream media, is trying to paint. Them idiots over there at The View, them dingbats over there at MSNBC and CNN, all the liberal channels, and even some of the conservative ones like dumbass Ben Shapiro, his high-pitched voice having ass, and the rest of them where his own people are turning on him. But anyway, let's get into our final 2 topics, which is some drag race news. So we have a drag race winner who was confirmed for season 17's pit stop. And so we already announced the queens, and I'm going to announce them again in the story regarding like who's going to be on the new season of Drag Race season 17, which is coming on January 3rd. So none other than my girl Monet Exchange is going to be hosting this season's pit stop. So a huge congratulations to her. And, who is our All-Stars 4 co-winner, because, she won alongside Trinity the Tuck. And no shade, I love you, Monet, but I really feel like the only reason why you won, because they was going to pick another white girl, and I do believe that Trinity was expected to win, based on her track record and how she served that season. But because of the blowback that they were getting, that yet a girl of color did not win All Stars, that it was white girl after white girl after white girl after white girl every season. Because I was trying to remember who won. What was it? From all the queens that we won, it was Chad Michaels, Alaska, and oh my God, who was the other one that won? Because it was 3 queens. Let me know in the chat. Because I just drew a blank. And the funny part was I had it in my head of all 3 of the girls, but it was like I just couldn't remember. But yeah, so we had 3 white queens, and they was about to do it again with her. So I was like, I felt like y'all buckled under the pressure, because you could tell by the damn edit that it was gonna be one queen. But then they had to do the split thing, and you already know when it comes to Drag Race, they do 2 different who won, like, Trixie Mattel, thank you. Because I had it in my head and all of a sudden I forgot. Because, a lot of people actually wanted Shangela to win, but then they wound up going to Trixie. So, but thank God y'all didn't pick Shangela with all them allegations that came out against her. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. So, according to Variety, they said RuPaul's Drag Race Season 4 winner Monet X Change. And here's the thing, before I finish, I am glad she won, but we know what y'all, we ain't dumb over there, World of Wonder. We sort of writing on the wall. We see what y'all was pulling. But now they said their Season 4 co-winner is said to host the Drag Race Season 17 weekly recap, The Pit Stop. Now, Exchange was a guest will review and recap each episode of Drag Race Season 17, which returns to MTV on January 3rd. The Pit Stop will air on RuPaul's Drag Race YouTube channel every Saturday. Now, Raven, a former Drag Race contestant and makeup artist to RuPaul, has been named as the premiere guest. Now, in a statement to Variety, Exchange, who won All Stars Season 4 alongside Trinity the Tuck, said, I am beyond excited to be back again, hosting the Pit Stop. For far too long, I've let the likes of Bob, Trixie, and Bianca sit on my throne as the true and rightful host of the Pit Stop. This season, you can expect my exquisite wit, charm, and knack of telling it like it is, with a big old spoonful of laughs to make the medicine go down. Okay, Mary Poppins. Now, Drag Race is my favorite TV show, well, because you were on it, and I love talking about it. And baby, the guests this season are it. Lots of girls who have never done it before, along with some Pit Stop faves. Fans are going to eat it up respectfully. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing who they bring on there, because I do like the Pit Stop. I do like What You're Packing and all those other shows. So I'm definitely looking forward to the Pit Stop when it airs. Now, as previously announced, the Season 14 queens that you can see in the photo that I just posted up above, or alongside my small little photo or video on the side. We have Lucky Stars, Susie Toot, Lydia B. Collins, Corey King, Lana Geray, Jules Sparkles, Lexi Love, Hormonal Lisa, Crystal Envy, Arietti, Acacia Forgot, Joella, On Your Nerve, and Sam Starr. Now, the Emmy-winning reality phenomenon will premiere with the Queens showing off their skills in their annual talent show. The contestants will also continue the Rated Queen system, introduced in Season 16, but with an unspecified all-new twist, per MTV press release. Also returning is the after show RuPaul's Drag Race Untucked, which captures the Queen's conversations and catfights. Well, I guess we're a little light on the catfights because y'all be so scared to really give what needs to be given in Untucked, which is why Untucked has really gotten boring. And and even last season, no shade, but I actually waned myself off of it. I think it just didn't care. So I just kind of, I just naturally wean myself off of Untucked because it hasn't given what it would need to be given anymore. Y'all be so scared because y'all be worrying about these damn fans, these toxic fandom over here who have something to say about want to bully people and be racist and all the other stuff on social media. When it's like, it's a TV show, they're in a silo for a month and some change, filming a show. And let the queens be messy. Let them give us good TV. But the queens are scared to do it. Now, I will say this. I'm supposed to be going to the premiere next Wednesday, a week from today, actually, in New York. Well, because I live here. So, and, I will bring you guys the tea on the next episode in regards to what went down, who was there, who was on the red carpet. I'll give you even a little teaser of the episode. I'm not going to spill too much, but I will give a little, situation regarding the episode, if it's good or not, and all this other stuff, and who's like my favorite so far. So I'll give y'all a little inside tea if y'all come back for the episode when I come back on Thursday, because the premiere is actually Wednesday. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? You guys excited for Monet X Change to be appearing on the Pit Stop? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so Monet and Bianca were always my favorite Pit Stop hosts. I know a lot of people didn't really like Bianca because they felt like she wasn't really being her unfiltered self, that they felt like she was holding back a bit. But I didn't mind Bianca. You said stop host no to, oh, you said no to Trixie, but she gave me I'm just trying to get this done. Oh, you said no shade to Trixie. I was like, what's NS? No shade to Trixie, but she gave me I'm just trying to get this done and get paid. Yeah, everybody don't necessarily work for the Pit Stop. Could you imagine all the fifth Diddler did a J? Well, child, you know, a lot of these people in the celebritydom, they do all kinds of mess just so that way they can make some, you know, so that way they can get the A-list status stuff. And you said I like when Monet does the Pit Stop. Yeah, she is funny. I've been watching also her own show that she has. Like she's been, you know, I love that Monet is around. First of all, I like what was it called? The Exchange Rate. I like when she had that show on television. I wish it would have came back, but I think because of the pandemic and stuff, it wasn't around anymore. And I used to recognize a lot of New York City nightlife in the audience because you know Monet is a New York queen that came up in the scene, so with the gangster lean. So I did like when she had that, and then she's gone off and done her other shows. She has the podcast with Bob, and so I like Monet, and I like that where her career is today, and she is snatched too. So congratulations to her. I'll definitely be watching the Pit Stop this season. And they said the production would cut out jokes and make her tone it down. Yeah, that's what I was like. It felt like Bianca couldn't be herself. And you already know that Bianca is unfiltered. I was also thinking like if RuPaul was to retire from Drag Race, who would be a good replacement? I would like to see Bob or maybe Monet or somebody up in there like a queen, but I have a strange feeling they would pass it to Michelle. Because here's the thing. I actually like Michelle Visage on Down Under. I've never sat through a season of Down Under when RuPaul was on it. But for some reason, the way they revamped Down Under works for me. I love that she's given sort of like a mother approach, which I've always heard is how she is when she travels with the queens. Because then they said like whenever they do their stuff with Voss events and Michelle is there as like the host and stuff, that she has been sort of like a motherly figure to the queen. So I love that idea. And because she's already vetted in with, or fathered in, I guess we could say, with the Drag Race show, it would be a no-brainer to have Michelle a part of it. So I don't really mind if Michelle was to take it over because she's doing a great job over there. And I like the idea that, like I said yesterday, I think we was talking about drag too, that I like that Michelle has previous queens that were on the show sitting alongside her. Like she had Ketamine and she had Queen Kong and she's got all these other queens that sat alongside her on the panel. And I really wish that RuPaul would do that with like Alyssa Edwards and Adore Delano and Bianca Del Rio and so many others. But it feels like she'd just be worried about y'all trying to overshadow her on that damn panel. So she's not going to let that happen. I'm secure enough of myself where I wouldn't mind having a previous queen or a fan favorite come up there and sit next to me on the panel. Like you said, they've uploaded a whole Pit Stop episode after editing out a fracking joke. And you know, because you know, RuPaul feels a way about the fracking. We already know that. But shout out to his I don't even know. I think they are still friends. Shout out to Lady Bunny because she is never exempt from reading RuPaul about his fracking or telling a fracking joke. He said, I remember that song, Gangsta Lean, came out when I was okay. Okay, so now let's get into our final topic and talk about Slaycation. So speaking of Drag Race, there is a show coming about called Slaycation. And I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, I think yesterday, literally, we were talking about, or not even, it was like maybe, trying to remember. So I was like, wait, I do have other windows open. Hold on as I close those and come back to this. So I had I was talking about Slaycation. It was like, wait a minute, what happened to Slaycation? There was a story that was coming, a show that was coming out that was a spinoff of Drag Race, but you had queens from Drag Race that were going to go on a trip together. So it was going to be like the Ultimate Girls Trip with drag queens, which I thought is perfect. And sidebar, I did hear, shout out to Boomer Banks, that, you know, the show X-Rated NYC that he does, he did say that Daddy TV is doing a ultimate girls trip type of show with a lot of the men from, or the people, the LGBT, the queers, we'll put it that way, because there's so many different people and different gender identities and sexual orientation, that sort of thing, that are on those shows, that they're doing like a show or whatever a case with that. But Slaycation is kind of in the same boat as like the Bravo Ultimate Girls Trip type thing, where they're going to take some of our favorite queens and have them go off and, what is it, stay in like a cottage or a cabin or something or another. So according to Broadway World, they said from Crave, World of Wonder, and Blue Ant Studios. Now, Crave actually also shows, it airs Drag Race Canada, so that's like our Canadian brothers and sisters. So it says the new 6-episode Crave original series Slaycation is available for a New Year's Eve stay-at-home binge watch on WoW Presents Plus on Tuesday, December 31st. Now, Slaycation follows 6 larger in-life queens from across the international Drag Race family, such as Boa, Jada Shada Hudson, Candy Muse, Kerry Colby, Lawrence Cheney, and Lux Noir London as they vacation together at a Canadian winter cabin. Now, with fun activities, frivolity, and a hint of drama, their fish out of water escapades culminate in a show-stopping performance for a local community. So I guess they were doing all this because they were saying, like, yeah, they're staying in a winter cabin, and it feels more like that it's a winter show, so why not air it during that time? You don't want to have a winter show and air it in the summer, so it wouldn't make sense. But I don't even know when they shot it, but it seemed like it's been out for a while, because I remember it was announced back in June of this year. So 6 months later, here it comes. So now they said the series will be available to stream on World of Wonders SVOD platform, WoW Presents Plus in the US and in 190 territories worldwide. Now, I do have WoW Presents Plus, and I like a lot of the content and stuff they have on there. Funnily enough, the same friend that I was having a conversation about with Slaycation was saying that because we were talking about Logo too. And it's like, yes, Logo is still on the air, and all they're doing is showing reruns of freaking old shows, which y'all could just call it Nick at Night, quite as it's kept. But then he was pretty much saying, like, they just revamp Logo and just make it the WoW channel and air all the episodes of Drag Race from around the world and all the different shows they have on there. Like Big Frida has a show on there. T.S. Madison just started airing the new season of Bring Back My Girls, which is like the season 16 reunion, which you never got. So they have that on there, and they talk about, you got Plain Jane's beef with a mandatory meeting and all that other stuff going on up in there. I did see the preview, so I watched a little bit of it, but I've not watched the full episode because I've been engulfed in Drag Race Down Under. And then after that, I'm a binge watch Drag Race Canada, which I'm hearing there's a lot of twists and turns going on in that show. And I'm particularly a Canada's Drag Race fan, but I've been liking what I like so far, so it's been sucking me in. But I like to do one show at a time. I don't want to just be going back and forth, because we do get oversaturated with a lot of the Drag Race stuff. So there's that. So I'm definitely curious to see what Slaycation's about. There is a preview of the new, of the show. I would show it to y'all, but I don't know if we'll get in trouble. It's like a 4-minute preview that if you go on the Canada's Drag Race Twitter channel, or might even go on their Instagram or something or another, it's probably going to show you a sneak peek of Slaycation. So if you're interested in seeing, like, if this is a show for you, because they dropped it actually yesterday at 10 in the morning. So if this is a show for you, definitely go over there and look at the preview and see if it's a show for you, and then check it out when it airs on New Year's Eve. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited for another Drag Race spinoff coming our way soon to a TV station or streaming service near you? And that would be WoW Presents Plus for those of us who don't live in Canada. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay. So Felix says, I saw a video of a guy who stayed at Trixie's hotel. I mean, Trixie does have a nice hotel. One of my friends worked on the first season. He didn't work on the new season that's over on Max, but he did work on the first season of the Trixie Hotel reality show. I still haven't gotten around to watching it, and they've been convincing me, like, you need to watch it, but I keep getting sidetracked and distracted by so much other stuff that I forget about Trixie's hotel reality show. Because I know I'm thinking the second season she's making over her house or something or another. So one of these days I'll get around to it. And then he liked it. But I'm like, yeah, Trixie does have a nice spot. I think it's in Palm Springs. I've been to Palm Springs once. It's cute out there. All those sexy older men. They're ready to get me one so I can stop working. I'm tired of working, damn it. But anyway, so looks like we're at the end of today's show. Please tune in, or I want to thank you all for tuning in today's episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you have not already, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, smash the notification button so that when you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I am going to put timestamps, as I've stated many a times throughout the show, but I know it's like you got to say it numerous times. I'm going to place timestamps throughout the show so that way you know to click over to whatever topic that we talked about earlier. If you don't want to go through the live chat banter that we do throughout the show, which is probably why the show is always 4 hours long. But look, Wendy Williams used to do 4-hour shows 5 days a week on the radio, so I can do that in this form on YouTube, among other streaming services that this is streaming from. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode. Probably come on late because I got a lot of things to do in the morning, working, all the other stuff. So yes, love you all for watching. Love you all who were in the comments chatting with me throughout the live chat. And until next time, which is tomorrow, ciao, darlings.